and wellness program for all Class A over-the-road truck drivers. Healthy Habits for the Long Haul is a free interactive program focusing on nutrition, hydration, movement, stress, and more. Drivers have free access to a health coach to develop healthy habits. Visit truckersfund.org under the Health and Wellness tab to register. Sponsored by St. Christopher Truckers Relief Fund.
This is WJFN Goochland, Bonaire, Chester, and WJFB Portsmouth, part of the John Fredericks Media Network.
Breaking news this hour from Town Hall. I'm Rich Thomason. Accused of advocating the assassination of President Trump, ex-FBI Director James Comey has been indicted.
In the Eastern District of North Carolina, it doesn't matter who you are. We take all threat cases seriously and prosecute anyone who violates federal law, regardless of title or status.
Ellis Boyle, the U.S. Attorney for the Eastern District of North Carolina. Comey insists he's innocent. State dinner at the White House last night for Britain's King Charles and Queen Camilla. BBC's Peter Bowes in Washington.
The King thanked the President for a splendid dinner, calling it a significant improvement from the Boston Tea Party. He managed to slip in a reference to him being the King of Canada, a country Donald Trump has referred to as the 51st U.S. state, and the King referred to the upcoming FIFA World Cup and said, in one sense, Mr. President, as heads of state, we are joint hosts.
Earlier, the King addressed a joint meeting of Congress, acknowledging turbulent times, challenging the U.S., the U.K., and the world.
Ladies and gentlemen, we meet in times of great uncertainty, in times of conflict from Europe to the Middle East, which pose immense challenges for the international community and whose impact is felt in communities the length and breadth of our own countries.
Today, the royal couple will visit New York City, including the 9/11 memorial. Fierce thunderstorms have swept parts of Texas, sending at least 2 people to the hospital. Powerful winds ripping roofs off homes, flattening buildings and mineral wells. It's about 45 miles west of Fort Worth. On Wall Street this morning, stock futures narrowly mixed. Right now, the Dow futures are down 11 points. NASDAQ futures up 72. S&P futures 1 point higher. More on these stories, townhall.com.
Here's something most people don't know. When Warren Buffett was just 13 years old, he didn't put his money into a savings account. While other kids were earning next to nothing at local banks, Buffett put $114 into a little-known investment. Today, that $114 would be worth over $15 million. And it wasn't a risky trade, it wasn't insider knowledge. It was an account that's been around since 1888, and over the last 25 years, it's averaged 29% a year. That's what happens when your money is allowed to compound. Compare that to today's savings account, paying less than 0.5%, while inflation quietly eats away at your buying power. Buffett understood early, banks are great businesses, just not for savers. If you'd like to see what some investors call the 29% account, go now to ask29account.com. That's ask29account.com. Ask29account.com.
The U.S. blockade is putting the squeeze on farmers in Cuba.
One major consequence is that fruits and vegetables cultivated in the island's rich soil don't always make it where they're needed the most. The owner of this farm cultivates sorghum, tomatoes, cassava, and other crops. He also has goats that provide milk to schools. But the lack of fuel means that sometimes all these products don't make it to certain cities and towns. The owner also has been obligated to hire people to manually do things that his equipment, now without gasoline, are unable to do.
Correspondent Dana Cabo. A U.S. Special Forces soldier pleading not guilty in federal court in New York to charges that he used classified information about the mission to capture former Venezuelan dictator Nicolas Maduro to win more than $400,000. Yannon Van Dyke is accused of using the information on the prediction market, Polymarket. Townhall.com. Could it be the beginning of the end of OPEC? The United Arab Emirates is leaving the organization.
That strips the oil cartel of its third largest producer and further weakens its leverage over global oil supplies and prices. The UAE's decision had been rumored as a possibility for some time as it pushed back in recent years against OPEC production quotas it felt had been too low. Regional politics are also likely at play. The UAE has had increasingly frosty relations with Saudi Arabia, OPEC's largest producer, over political and economic matters in the Mideast, even after both came under attack by fellow OPEC member Iran during the war. Keith Peters, Washington.
The State Department is preparing a limited release of commemorative U.S. passports celebrating America's 250th birthday. The special passports feature a picture of President Trump. More on these stories, townhall.com.
Washington is wasting $500 million every year on a federal supervision system that doesn't work. Probation officers are overwhelmed. Resources are going to people who pose zero threat, while actual dangerous individuals slip through the cracks. The Safer Supervision Act stops the waste and refocuses every dollar on protecting families from harm. President Trump's own pollster found about 80% of Trump voters want this fixed. It's time for Congress to get this done. Stop the waste. Protect our communities. Visit safersupervision.com. Paid for by the Reform Action Fund.
What if those who were once called conspiracy theorists turn out to be right, again? A new study by Korean doctors claimed that COVID vaccines raise the risk of 6 cancers, including lung, breast, and prostate. Researchers analyzed health records from more than 8.4 million adults between 2021 and 2023, and their findings were published in Biomarker Research, a respected scientific journal. Critics dismiss it, but the data raises concern that spike protein exposure may be tied to long-term health risks. And Dr. Peter McCullough has been aware of this since 2020, which is why he collaborated with the wellness company to create Ultimate Spike Detox, designed to help your body clear spike proteins, reduce inflammation, and support heart health. With natural ingredients like nattokinase, dandelion root, and bromelain, it is your daily proactive defense from a man-made virus. Don't wait until symptoms strike or something unexpected happens. Experience the only formula approved and used by Dr. McCullough, one of the top doctors who risked it all. Go to twc.health/Godzilla. That's twc.health/Godzilla and use promo code Godzilla to get 10% off plus free shipping.
The Cats and Cosby Show.
It's the top news of the day.
This show knows things before anybody else is transmitting it. I said 5 minutes after we make a deal, the price of crude oil is going to go down $20 a barrel. Well, it went down $20 a barrel today.
It did.
15 days from now, and if it looks like we have a good deal, it'll go down another $20 a barrel.
Cats and Cosby, 5 Eastern, 4 Central on the John Fredericks Media Network.
And that's a good sign for us, obviously, and for the free world.
1775 Coffee is giving away free starter kits. Try the dark or medium roast coffee with longevity blend, an infused blend with anti-aging supplements clinically proven to reduce biological age. When you purchase the first 2 bags, you'll receive a free 1775 starter kit, including a third 16-ounce bag of coffee, a matte black tumbler, a frother, a gold scoop, or a reusable K-cup filter. Just order now at 1775coffee.com/Godzilla and claim your free 1775 starter kit while supplies last.
All right, folks, I need you to do something right now. Go to johnfredericksradio.com and take our brand new 2028 Republican presidential straw poll. Who do you want leading the ticket? Don't let the elites decide. Make your voice heard. While you're there, weigh in on 2 huge issues: eminent domain reform and President Trump's tariff policies. Are they protecting American workers or hurting growth? This is your movement, your vote, your voice, your choice. Go to johnfredericksradio.com right now and take the poll.
For the first time ever, we're bringing you MyPillow mattresses and mattress toppers for as low as $99.98. Remember, sleep's all about temperature and pressure points. Whatever sleep needs you have, we have the right technology for you. Like our MyPillow mattress topper, our queen size has over 10,000 individual comfort supports to help relieve your pressure points. And how about our 3-inch Hybrid Plus mattress topper? It's infused with copper and silver to help your body get the restorative sleep it needs. And our MyPillow and Case Coil mattresses, I personally helped develop these mattresses to make sure they have everything needed to give us great sleep. Plus, they're made right here in the USA, and they ship right to your front door, absolutely free.
Go to MyPillow.com or call 800-854-0504 and use promo code Godzilla to get MyPillow mattresses and toppers for as low as $99.98 and free shipping.
Happy Wednesday morning, hump day, listening family. This is the John Fredericks Media Network. I'm Dan Hobgood. Time for a look at weather and sports. Hey, theme for the day, bring an umbrella. Let's start with where I am. In Richmond, Virginia, high today will be 72 with showers and a possible thunderstorm. A low tonight of 53 and still a chance of storms. Right now, the temperature is 49 degrees. That weather won't necessarily affect the Flying Squirrels, who are still in Altoona for the week. They actually lost last night 10-9, and I looked this up. Every single one of the Squirrels' 4 losses this season so far has been by a solitary run. So I'd say that the Squirrels are elite for AA ball. First pitch tonight, 6 p.m. Moving on to D.C., the Nats fell to the Mets 8-0. Hey, where's Memdani when he needs him? So, anyway, first pitch tonight will be 7:10. High today in D.C. of 69 with storms, a low of 51, still stormy and breezy. Right now, the temperature is 54 degrees. In Atlanta, the Braves downed the Tigers last night 5-2. First pitch tonight will be 7:15 between those two teams. The Hawks lost to the Knicks last night, giving New York a 3-2 series lead in that playoff contest. High today in Atlanta of 81 with a possible thunderstorm. Low 59 tonight. You'll see some showers, Atlanta. And then right now, the temperature is 63 degrees and rainy. Philadelphia. Well, good news if you're a Phils fan. They blanked the Giants last night, 7-0. 6:40 pitch. First pitch for those two teams this evening. And the Sixers win against the Celtics, 113-97, to bring that series to a 3-2 Boston advantage. 68 degrees for your high today in Philadelphia with showers. 51 and rainy for the low. Right now, the temperature is 54 degrees and cloudy. Morgantown, you're looking at a high today of 66 with showers and thunderstorms. A low tonight of 45 and cloudy. Right now, the temperature is a fairly comfortable 62 degrees. All right, Yinzers, what do you know? The Bucks drop another game to the Cards. Bleepity bleep bleep bleep. They'll face off again tonight at 6:40. Meanwhile, Pens Flyers, Game 6, 7:30 p.m. tonight in Philadelphia. Pens, please don't lose a game and a series to the Flyers on my birthday tonight. Okay, please? High today in the 412 of 66 degrees and rainy. Low 43 and overcast. Right now the temperature is 58 degrees. Bringing you today's weather and sports update is the Godzilla Wins radio show for the best insight, analysis, and picks. Watch and listen to Godzilla Wins Saturday mornings from 9 to 11 all across the John Fredericks Media Network. Plus, to get John's daily sports picks, go to GodzillaWins.com. Once again, that's GodzillaWins.com. This has been your Gorilla of Truth, your deplorable of the Oracles, Dan Hobgood for the John Fredericks Media Network. Outside the Box with the Ox is next, followed by your Godzilla of Truth, your Oracle of the Deplorables, John Fredericks, on the one and only John Fredericks Show. Stay tuned, everyone.
Each of us is born with 30 trillion cells that make us. These cells determine how we feel.
Thinking outside the box, it's because the media tells us how to feel about the collective, regardless of our own reality. Okay, working backwards from that, Gallup's annual Economy and Personal Finance Survey finds for the 5th year in a row, Americans feel worse about their finances than the year prior, with a record 55% saying their finances are getting worse, not better. Stats not seen since the Great Recession.
Oh, death and grief and sorrow and murder.
Breaking it down, 62% of us are worried about not having enough money for retirement. 60% worry about not being able to afford medical costs for a serious illness or accident. 54% of us worry about not maintaining our current standard of living.
Well, the world needs ditch diggers, too.
Interesting also, that same percentage are worried about return on investments. Have you seen the markets in the past 50 years? Come on now. But also 35% of us worry about not being able to pay rent or the mortgage. 28% worry about not being able to make minimum payments on credit cards.
If you can't afford it, f***ing finance it!
Ergo, conversely, that means that 4 in 10 of us have no worries about retirement, no problem affording catastrophic illness or accident. Half of us are totally confident in maintaining our current standard of living, no problem. And 65% of us don't worry at all about making the rent. Thinking outside the box, who are these people? And why is this presented as a negative reflection of current financial well-being? Here outside the box with the Ox in the Eastern Time Zone and now in West Virginia on the John Fredericks Media Network.
This game is all about what we do. It's all about us, just like it's been all year long. All right, so you got to focus and not get the external factors have any factor on how you focus in this game. You want to focus on the things that have made us good all year long, which is discipline to execute and do your job, play with relentless effort and toughness for 60 minutes in the game, no matter what the circumstance in the game is, and an intensity that they can't match. Now, you guys talk about respect all the time. All right, Kirby says we ain't what we used to be. Well, by God, I want to prove something different. I don't want to see a smile on that face after the game. And the other thing is the ultimate disrespect is when somebody takes what's yours. And this is our game. It's our time. And there's a bunch of guys trying to take it from us. So that makes the shit personal. So let's don't be denied what we want. Let's go. Relentless effort for 60 minutes. Dominate on 3. 1, 2, 3, dominate.
He's the voice of Virginia.
No, you can't. You have one of the worst voices I've ever heard in my life.
And the commander of common sense.
Fire at will, Commander.
Now back to the John Fredericks Show.
Well, you got him. I'm John Fredericks, and you are on the John Fredericks Radio Network. Good morning to all. Great to have you with us. It is April 29th. Only 2 days until May 1st. May Day is coming, and I guess that means good things happening, right? April showers, May flowers, all that good stuff. It has been cold here. Coming to you live in Washington, D.C., 2 blocks from the White House, where the Foy line was yesterday. I was tied up yesterday, so Ann went, saw the king, met Camille. So I got a lot of pictures and was able to go there. She is a correspondent, as myself, has a hard pass, and covered that for us. Got a lot of great feedback. King making a great speech. We're going to play some of those clips. Meantime, the Iranian debacle continues to go on. The Iranians saying, look, we got a deal here. Here's our deal. We're going to open up the straits. You know, we'll do it in unison, but the blockade's got to go, and you can't really talk about our nuclear stuff. And President Trump told them to shove it where the sun don't shine. Let's get the bombers ready. Let's go. This is it. Let's go. I've taken a 180 on this war. Let's just obliterate them. Let's take the straits over. We should take over the straits. Let's do it today. We got one of the ships coming there that Neil McKay was talking about coming in. We got Marines coming. Let's go. I'm done with this. And the ridiculousness of these people, the ridiculous of the argument that they put out there, it is so absurd, which is, well, we don't have any ability to make a nuclear bomb. And this is a war of choice. But then the only thing standing between us and peace and them and their regime staying in power and peace is giving up the enriched uranium to make the bomb that they're saying they don't have. Can somebody find the logic in here for me? I'm just asking a legitimate question, truth and clarity. If the Democrats are saying this is a war of choice and they had no ability to make a bomb, then why aren't they giving up what they ostensibly don't have? Does that make sense? I mean, that'll be like somebody coming to me and saying, hey, in order to make this deal, I need your brand new 2026 Cadillac Escalade. I need it. That's got to be part of the deal. Well, I don't have one of those. So sure, you can have what I don't have. That's about the easiest thing that I can possibly do. This is the insanity that is going on. And I tell you what, the rhetoric with the Democrats, over the more this White House Correspondents' Dinner sinks in, the more rhetoric you're getting. Now you got Jasmine Crockett out there saying it's a hoax. I mean, the left is lost their mind. And I feel more optimistic today because some of the economic numbers, I'm going to wait, Danny, on some of the economic clips until Elaine Parker comes on. But she's going to be on a little bit later on today. But the consumer confidence is up. Spending is up. Small business is up. They're hiring again. And this is in the middle of this war. People understand where this economy is going. Warsh is going to get in there. We're going to get a rate cut. And I tell you the other thing. I got a great lineup today. I know it's an everyday occurrence, but we got some great things happening, folks. Just some super things here, but we've launched a couple things. Let me go over our lineup today, which is every day it's getting better. By the way, Tina, since she took that over, doing a fabulous job let's give a shout out to her. But we got Professor Klein, 7 o'clock, Representative Mike Haradopoulos, Congressman, Florida. He's going to be with us at 7:35. Representative Morgan Griffith, 8:05. Evan Power, Chairman, Republican Party of Florida, part of our newly launched Chairman's Corner, which I'm very excited about. Then the Peach Crew with Burt Jones is going to be up as well. Burt Jones is going to be up as well there on the Peach Crew. And we're going to go from there. Push your calls, 888-480. Remember, you're on the John Fredericks Media Network. Remember, this is a community. And what a community means is that, well, you're part of it. And this show is here for you, truth and clarity. And we're your voice. And our mission is very simple. Tell the truth. Get the facts straight. Give you an opportunity to engage. You want to rant? You got it. You got something to say? You got it. You got a question? You got it. You got a comment? You got it. That's why so many people tune into our show in the morning, because we value the audience that we have and we value your opinion. And so that's why our phone lines are always open. 888-480-JOHN, 888-480-5646. Put that in your phone. Get fired up. I got a good night's sleep last night. Can you guys tell? Went to bed at 8 o'clock. Lost the Buffalo Boston Bruins game in overtime, as I saw when I got up today. So it's always good to get up at 3:45 to a loser. It's like I go to bed, Buffalo's up 1-0. I get up, we lose in overtime. Whatever. 888-480-JOHN. That's why they call it gambling. It's better to get up with a winner. Of course, Ann and the cat are there, but it's all good. Anyway, Chairman's Corner. We got Evan Power coming up, 8:30. All eyes on Florida now. First of all, ruling yesterday. Don't get all excited. Now, a lot of people are excited because of the Virginia Supreme Court ruling that they weren't going to lift the stay on not certifying the election. That doesn't mean they're going to rule in favor. That simply means they're not going to rule right now, and you can't certify the election. So the ruling by Judge Hurley in Tazewell holds for now. The Supreme Court did not overturn that. So this election is not certified. It is not certified. And the Virginia Supreme Court did that because they're ongoing deciding hearings, etc. Now, during the first opening round of the hearings on Monday, 2 judges of the 7 were asking very pointed questions. Those questions would lead one to think they're voting no. That means we need 2 more. The other 5 were silent. But there were no questions in favor. There were no questions asked by the plaintiffs, only the defendants. No, nothing was asked by the plaintiffs here. No questions was asked by those that were saying this was an illegal election, unconstitutional. They weren't asked a single question. Now, one of the three legs of the stool, which was they didn't post something, that got blown off. So that's out. This is going to be, was it an intervening election? And the argument is going to come down to election day, because one of the questions asked by the judge that was fascinating was, so define election day, because you guys started elections 45 days early. So over 1 million people had already voted. And you passed this thing on election day at 6 o'clock. So everybody had already voted except a handful of people. So how's this work? And those that are defending this saying, well, election day is defined as the day. Well, then why do you have early voting then? And according to this one judge, which asked the best question, he said, so then in reality, you could have passed this at, as polls close in Virginia at 7 o'clock. You could have passed this at 6:59 and called it before an election, with nobody having any opportunity to see it. I mean, that just doesn't make sense. You can't have it both ways. You want to start the election 45 days early. The Democrats did that, and now they want to say, well, it's that day. So 2 of these judges are voting no. We need 2 more. And it's anybody's guess. No one really knows. But all on DeSantis. today. And I'm telling you, I'm going to have the same conversation with Evan Power, chairman of Florida, at 8:30. This brings DeSantis back in the national conversation. I don't care what you think of him. It is irrelevant to me. And don't be telling me about, Trump and this and that and MAGA. It's irrelevant. The guy's been probably one of the best governors in history, if not the best in history of any state. That's what DeSantis has done. Of course, I didn't back him in 24. I backed Trump, and we were all mad at him, and he ran a horrible campaign, and he didn't connect with people, and we could go on. But that's not the point of this. The point of it is he's in your face. This is DeSantis-esque. This isn't de-sanctimonious. This is DeSantis-esque. In your face, in your grill, I'm getting 5 seats, shove it up your butt. That's what he's doing in this special session. Taking no prisoners. That's what Ron DeSantis does best, is take no prisoners. And that's what he's doing. And I'm telling you, he's going to get this done. He's going to get 5 seats. It could make the difference. If we get these 5 seats and we can get our 4 seats back in Virginia, and we're going to win them all now if we get it back. We're winning them all. Katie, bar the doors, gives us a shot. And this propels DeSantis back on the national stage. You heard it here first. He will be a factor in Iowa if he can pull this off. Now, he's learned a lot, and I don't count him out. And as far as the governor's been, scale of 1 to 10, 20. Can't think of one thing he's done as governor you don't like. Certainly if you live in Florida, guy's done it all. So we'll see what happens. But I think that's why I wanted the chairman of Florida on today. Excuse me. Part of our new Chairman's Corner, which I'm very excited about. The Chairman's Corner is a couple times a week, as availability is, at least once a week, but a couple times a week, we're going to bring on a RNC state chairman, like we did yesterday with Amy Barella. Now, I love that conversation. I don't know anything about New Mexico. I learned a lot. I hope you did too. But it's only by bringing these chairmen on that we understand their states, seats that we can pick up, what's going on, governor, state house. And she kind of explained it all. And one thing that was fascinating with Amy is she explained how when the Democrats got power there, they then changed the rules so they could have power in perpetuity. So it's not cheating. It's just they rigged everything to their benefit in the state house once they got control and they had the governor. So they just rig it all. Ranked choice voting during elections, you name it, right? Open primaries, whatever this, robocalls, text messages, whatever they can throw at you. Whatever tricks they know. Throw them all. Why? Because they can. See, this is what the Democrats do when they get power. They consolidate it, and they change the election laws so that a Republican can never win. I mean, when she told me what they changed in the red counties so that Democrats can now vote in Republican primaries and basically screw it up. And of course, the Republicans have zero chance in like Albuquerque and the blue counties, although they almost won the mayor's race, as according to Amy. But this is what you learn when you get these chairmen on. And so we're also gonna separate the wheat from the chaff. Who's MAGA, who's not? Guy that I got here, my chairman in Washington, D.C., clown show, right? Absolute clown show. What's going on here? But we're gonna fix it. That's why I'm running for Ward 2 Chairman, Dan. That's why I'm doing all this work, raising money. Now they're trying to oust me. They threw me off the executive committee. Dan, could they throw a nicer guy off the executive committee? No. And why'd they throw me off? I asked a question. I dared to ask. They presented the budget, which was ridiculous to me, but I didn't say anything. I'm new, give Caesar his due. You want your budget, $100,000, whatever. Come to vote on the budget. I ask one question. One. You know what it was, Dan? Can you outline the objectives for the party, the DC GOP? Can you outline the objectives in 2026? Because like anybody that's on here that runs a company knows, your budget is a function of your goals. So if you have objectives and goals, then your budget is supposed to reflect that. So all I'm asking for is, what's your goals for 26? Like, we're getting 7%. Is it 10%, 9%? Ranked choice voting? How many you want? Primary voters? Like, registered Republicans? Like, what's the goal of the party? What are we trying to achieve? Because of that, they're like, well, we don't have those. I'm like, well, then how can I vote on your budget if you don't have a goal? Why don't you get a goal first? Why don't we have a meeting and all get goals? And then they cut my mic off and attacked me personally and tossed me out of the Zoom call and then stripped me of my position. This is what goes on in some of these parties. You can't ask a question. Therefore, you cannot grow. But they don't want to grow it because they want to keep it small and control it all. So we're going to snuff all this out, but that's why I need your help. Go to MakeDCGreat.com, MakeDCGreat.com. Had a column I did yesterday I put out. You can find that on MakeDCGreat.com, DC Dispatch. Find that column on the ballroom. So very involved here in the politics of it. But if you can give me a donation, I'd appreciate it. $25, $50, $75, because now they're trying to mount a write-in campaign against me. So now I got to go out and campaign and win. And then once I'm elected Ward 2 chairman, unfortunately, they can't throw me off the committee. This is the way it works. Unbelievable. If you try to grow the party, they throw you out. Oh, we don't want to grow it. We don't want to make waves. We just want to get our 7%, and I can have a badge on and go to a meeting. 888-480-5646. Donations welcome. Just go to MakeDCGreat.com, MakeDCGreat.com. Don't be shy. Help us out. And $200 max. It's called the Incumbent Protection Program. Can't give over $200 per person. Dan, I know you want to give over $200. You can't do it by law, DC. This message has been paid for by the Fredericks for Chairman campaign and authorized by me. How's that, Dan? Good. Does that follow all the FCC rules? Election law rules? 888-480-JOHN, 888-480-5646. We got Rob in New York coming up. We got Mandami coming up. We've got a great lineup for you today. Truth and clarity, baby. Right here on the John Fredericks Media Network. Are you having fun yet? We're going to get 5 seats in Florida, and we're going to keep our seats in Virginia. Hello! I'll be right back. Now more than ever, it's imperative to support companies that share our conservative values. That's why I can't be more excited to tell you that I've switched my family to Patriot Mobile. Patriot Mobile is America's only Christian conservative wireless provider. When you switch to Patriot Mobile, you shift your support away from the leftist, woke, progressive agendas of Big Mobile. Patriot Mobile's wireless service works perfectly and seamlessly as you go about your lives with exceptional nationwide coverage that uses the same towers the main carriers use. Patriot Mobile donates a portion of every dollar earned to causes you care about, to organizations that fight for religious freedom, First and Second Amendments, sanctity of life, and the needs of veterans and first responders. Patriot Mobile has plans to fit any budget, along with great discounts for our veterans and first responder heroes, as well as multi-line users. Switching is easy. Just go to patriotmobile.com/Godzilla or call their U.S.-based customer service team, 972-PATRIOT. That's 972-728-7468. Use offer code Godzilla for free activation.
In a time when everything feels political, one place must rise above it all: the courtroom, where the law rules and integrity matters. In 2020, Georgians came together, electing a justice who believes in protecting our courts.
I'm Georgia Supreme Court Justice Sarah Warren, and here's what I believe. I believe in the rule of law, the separation of powers, and a judge's limited role to interpret the law as written. I believe in a nonpartisan judiciary, impartial judges who don't advocate for political positions or outcomes. I believe in deciding cases without bias or favor, treating everyone with dignity and respect. As a justice on your Supreme Court, I've upheld these values. With your support, we'll maintain the integrity of our courts.
Vote to re-elect Justice Sarah Warren. Vote early starting April 27th or on Election Day, May 19th. Paid for by Georgians for Justice Warren, Inc.
It's finally here, our second annual mega sale. This sale only comes around once a year, so take advantage of the best offers ever while you can. For example, save 50% on our Giza Dream bed sheets, as low as $29.98. And for the first time ever on TV, My Pillow mattresses and My Pillow mattress toppers as low as $99.98. And you save 50% on our Lux Pure 6-piece towel sets. Regular $69.98, now only $39.98. And our best-selling standard My Pillows, regular $49.98, on sale for $17.98. Wait on it, mega sale only $14.98. But wait, there's more. To make the mega sale even more special, when you order right now, your order's gonna ship absolutely free.
To take advantage of the second annual mega sale, go to mypillow.com or call 800-854-0504 and use promo code Godzilla.
1775 Coffee is giving away free starter kits. Try the dark or medium roast coffee with longevity blend, an infused blend with anti-aging calcium alpha-ketoglutarate, which has been clinically proven to reduce biological age. When you purchase the first 2 bags, you'll receive a free 1775 starter kit, including a third 16-ounce bag of coffee, a matte black tumbler, a frother, a gold scoop, or a reusable K-cup filter. Just order now at 1775coffee.com/Godzilla and claim your free 1775 starter kit while supplies last.
How much did you win at Rosie's Gaming Emporium?
Hi, I'm Jerry from Richmond. I won a $23,000 jackpot at Rosie's.
I'm Tammy. I'm from Newport News, and I just won a $5,400 jackpot from Rosie's.
Hi, my name is Kim, and I'm from West Virginia, and I won $99,000 jackpot at Rosie's.
Are you ready? Learn more about Rosie's rewards and jackpots at rosiesgaming.com. Must be 18 or older. Problem gambling? Call 1-888-532-3500.
The Bears are who we thought they were. And that's why we took the damn field. Now, if you want to crown them, then crown their ass. But they are who we thought they were. And we let them off the hook.
Don't touch that dial. You found your home of the truth.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
With the best analysis in America.
You can't handle the truth.
And now back to the John Fredericks Show.
Oh, you're on the John Fredericks Media Network and all the John Fredericks radio apps, and I am your Godzilla of the truth in America. Well, I took my Salty today. This is like the best thing ever made. Crom, thank you. You are so good. This thing, man, my cholesterol is perfect. My heart, I just got another checkup for the doctor. I got a follow-up just because, I'm 68, so you got to get everything checked out on a regular basis. Now that I'm on Medicare, right? You might as well do it. Might as well follow all the preventative stuff. But, man, I take my Salty every day. My doctor can't believe my cholesterol is perfect. He says, for your age, you're a little overweight, 245. I was 285, so that's good, down 40. Still, he says you got another, 25 to go, so keep doing what you're doing. But he said, heart, perfect. But he said, normally, somebody your age, I do not get a perfect cholesterol. I mean, it's just so healthy. And I said, look, because I take Salty every single day. I love my Salty, and it's so easy, and it's very inexpensive, and you can subscribe to it. You just got to, it's all natural. It's all tea extract. Crom Carmichael. Now, he says he didn't invent it, but he inspired it because he went to people. He was, him and his wife, not good, right? And he wanted to be around a while. Now he's as healthy as ever. So I love Crom, and he figured this out with his peeps. And it's one of the best things that you could do. Go to GodzillaHeart.com, GodzillaHeart.com. You subscribe there, and promo code Godzilla, and you're going to get 50% off your first order. And then from there, this is how great it is. You buy 2, you get 1 free. Buy 2, get 1 free. You take it every day, relatively inexpensive, all natural. Cholesterol goes down, perfect supplement to take because it's all natural. And I take a lot of stuff, but it's hard to argue with my health at 668. I do 75 push-ups a day, 3 sets of 25. Skipped this morning because I was a little bit late, but I do those normally five times a week. Back at it tomorrow, but it's all good. Just go to GodzillaHeart.com, GodzillaHeart.com. Promo code Godzilla. Be a subscriber there, 50% off first order, and then going forward, buy 2, get 1 free. Crom, thank you. Thanks for all you do, and thanks for helping us out and getting our cholesterol perfect. Thank you. Okay, now we got Rob in New York, but whenever I get Rob on, I got to play Mandami, some of his clips here. So we're going to go ahead and do that, Dan, as soon as I can find them. I should have them up, but I didn't have it. So let's go right here to Mandami. Let's go to before 3. I've got 2 of these. Let me see if I can find him, Dan. I thought I had 2 Mandami clips. Why do I only have 1? Well, I forgot the
cuts 2 and 3, JF. Cuts 2 and 3.
Cuts 2 and 3. I'm sorry. So let's go to 3, and then we're going to go to 2. Sorry, Dan, I lost my place. Thank you. Here's 3. Mandami announces the New York City budget crisis of historic magnitude. He's been there 4 months, and already the city is bankrupt. Let's go, Mandami. Bankrupt the city. Roll the tape.
New York City faces a budget crisis of a historic magnitude. We inherited a deficit larger than any since the Great Recession. Years of mismanagement and chronic underbudgeting, alongside a structural imbalance between what New York City sends to the state and what we receive in return, have taken a toll. We cannot close this deficit with savings alone. We need new revenue, and we need a structural reset in our relationship with the state. That is the only way to meet our legal obligation to pass a balanced budget, and to do so without imposing a financial burden onto the backs of working people. I'm glad to partner with Speaker Menon as we call upon Albany and deliver a balanced budget. Together, we are extending the executive budget deadline from this coming Friday until May 12th, because a crisis of this scale cannot be solved without state action. I want to be clear. We are not simply asking others to act. New York City is doing our part. We are committed to governing with the fiscal responsibility this moment demands. Speaker Menon and I have already identified meaningful savings, and we will continue that work carefully, deliberately, and without cutting the services that New Yorkers rely on. But we cannot do it alone. That is why we are standing together this morning, to underscore what is at stake and to call on Albany to deliver additional revenue.
I don't have any money, so I want your money. So, Kathy, what are you going to do, Kath? Did I predict this? Didn't I tell you when this guy got in? I said, what did I say? It wouldn't be 4 months, and he would be going to Kathy Hochul with his hand out begging for money. And then he's going to go to Trump. That's next. Oh, he's got Trump's cell phone. They talk all the time. He went to the king and queen thing. Trump invited him. They're all lovey-dovey. Next thing, he's going to Trump. Now, if Trump wants to lose the midterms and destroy MAGA in its entirety, just one fell swoop, just destroy it and blow it up forever, destroy the whole coalition with one stroke of the pen, bail him out. Trump bails him out. Trump even says, I'm going to go to Congress to bail you out. There's no MAGA. It disintegrates in 20 minutes. I told you this guy was going to do this. They have no clue, but the way he says it, I've got the speaker here. Now, if those on the radio couldn't see this, on the video, Dan, she's like standing there saying, oh my God, this is like the stupidest thing I've ever seen in my life. She's like rubbing her eyes like, This guy's broke. Now he's got to go begging to Albany for money. So the rest of the state now has got to bail this clown out. But he says it in such a dynamic way. The left loves him. Just give me money. I need your money. Go to work, pay your taxes, pay more tax. I tax everybody. Now I need money from Albany. So I need to tax the entire state. And then I need to tax the entire country. Because I'm a communist and that's what we do. And I do it unabashedly and boldly. Affordability. Affordability to them means you work and give them your money. That's so they can afford things. That's the affordability. Oh my God. Let's go to cut 2. Where now, or is it 3? Whichever one of these are. The other, the one where he's begging Hochul for money. What is that one, Dan? Play that.
Mayor Mamdani and Council Speaker Julie Menon are calling on Albany to help close the city's multi-billion-dollar budget gap. They're urging the governor and the legislature to significantly increase city revenue in the state budget including by reducing the pass-through entity tax credit, or PTET, on partnerships and corporations to generate revenue.
The PTET, in short, is a tax cut for the rich. We are not calling to eliminate the credit. We are rather asking the state for a modest reduction from 100% to 75%. That change alone will generate nearly $1 billion in additional revenue.
The mayor and speaker have agreed to pass a budget extender through May 12th, while budget negotiations continue in Albany. Just ahead on CBS News New York, getting around.
Yeah, baby. Got my hand out, Kath. I wonder what Kathy will do. Now, Kathy's up for re-election, right? Hochul's up for re-election, running against Blakeman, right? Bruce Blakeman. You know what? I should get him on my show. I've been remiss. I haven't done it because I was mad. You know I was mad. Dan, you know I was mad and I haven't had Blakeman on, Dan? I got to get over it. Dan, you know why, Dan?
Why is that?
I didn't like the fact that they screwed my friend, Stefanik. She got screwed. So I kind of got mad at that, but I got to get over it.
Yeah.
I got to get over it.
Yeah.
I'm an adult. I got to put it behind me. She did get screwed in this deal. That was a total screw job. And I love her. She's a great lady. So, but
she is that.
What?
She is that. Yeah, she's great.
Yeah, she's a great lady. She was running for governor. She was running against Mandami. She was running against what we're seeing right now. That was her entire platform. That's what she was running against. And Trump then has Mandami in there, plays footsie with him, Mr. Nice. And then the wheels came off. And then they wouldn't endorse her. And then Blakeman comes in and she's out. And she gave up the ambassador to the UN for this. So I'm kind of mad at that. But I'm going to get over it. Now, but I predicted this, right? Hochul's running for re-election. Now he's gone to Hochul and said, I need money. So basically what he's doing is saying to Hochul, who's running for re-election against Blakeman, I need every New Yorker's money for New York City. So it doesn't matter where you live, Saratoga, doesn't matter. Ithaca, wherever you live, Yonkers, doesn't matter. Buffalo, Rochester, I want your money. You have to give me money because I have to fund all my stuff in New York City because I'm a communist. So I got to take. And if you don't give it to us, well, then we just might not support your gubernatorial campaign. We just might not do anything to give you the vote in New York City that you are going to need to get reelection. See, that's the hidden mantra here, right? You are going to give me the money that I need, or when election time comes, my entire political machine in New York City will sit on their ass. And if you don't get the votes you need in New York City, you're going to lose to Bruce Blakeman, who will carry the rest of the state in a pretty substantial margin. So you need New York City. And if you don't get it, you're toast. So fork it over, lady, and do it now. I'll give you to May 12th out of the goodness of my heart. Man, I tell you what, you can't make this stuff up. But once again, Dan, I predicted this. You weren't with the company back then, but I predicted this in January. I said by April, he'll run out of money, and then he'll go to Hochul. And he'll be like, I need money, 1-800 Kathy Hochul. Call Kathy. And and the fact that he said Albany, but he said Hochul. Because he knows he holds the cards. No money, no votesies. No ticky, no shirty. Oh, meantime, he's calling up the president, giving him his advice on the Hormuz Straits. All right, let's get to who's on here. The Robster in New York. Rob, you're live. Go.
Good morning, John.
What's up?
And I want to thank you because I listened to the Chairman's Corner yesterday, and I didn't know that either about New Mexico. And it's really important that your listeners and pretty much anyone in this country understands how they do it in the individual states. Because I made the mistake on your show the other day, dumping everything on the RNC. It's not all of them. You got all of these different things that go on in the 50 states, and also in the territories and commonwealths. And in particular, New Mexico should be a poster child, along with Virginia, about what happens when you give the left all that power. Because the left seizes power, the right, we just hold office. Big difference. So it's a really good lesson. I also agree. I didn't even think about that on that angle with Florida. I mean, I always liked DeSantis, even though I was annoyed like you and others with what he did in 2024. But man, oh man, he could wind up saving the House and all those people who are already forgetting about 2026 and they're worried about 2028 and crying about how they don't like Vance for this reason or that, or they're trying to push Rubio forward or whatever. You're going to have DeSantis might be the dark horse candidate right there that nobody was thinking of right now because they assume that everyone was pissed off with him from 2024. Well, he saves the House for the country. He'll probably get the nomination.
Heard it here first.
I agree with you.
You heard it here first, baby.
Absolutely.
I mean, he is back. DeSantis is back on the national stage today.
Damn right.
And he's got... But the way he's doing it, it is what every Republican wants. It is what we're craving. This is what you have to understand. It is what we are craving. In your face, in your grill, stick it up your butt, dude. Everybody wants this. All Republicans they don't get it from Thune. They don't get it anywhere. They get it from Trump, but he's the president. He's doing the best he can in this mode. But we're all looking for this. This is why Paxton is going to win. In your face, right? This is why we have the Texas guys on, the Texas gang.
Segment 2, and I'll add one more thing onto that about being in your grill. It's been played all over the place in the last day or so, or 2 days, with what Lee Zeldin did with that freak congresswoman from Connecticut, the one with the blue hair. Okay? Zeldin, very politely and professionally, sliced and diced her on national TV.
I know, I saw that.
I mean, you saw it. I mean, it was beautiful. I mean, it was beautiful because he didn't scream, very calmly. Wait, I made it up? I made up these court cases? You mean you're a member of Congress and you don't know what you're talking about? How do you not know this? Now, either she is too dumb to realize or her staff screwed it up. They probably figured that you could just berate the guy, scream about climate change, and get your clips for YouTube. But that backfired big time in her face because Zeldin calmly sliced and diced her. And as much as I would have loved to have Zeldin as my governor, and he came very close with zero support from the state and national GOP, I think it's like God has a master plan for everybody because he'll go a lot further in his career running the EPA and moving up the ranks that way than being in Albany and having a radical left legislature just override his veto all the time. So I would watch for him too. He's not going away either. I mean, he has proven himself to know how to handle things. And he's got experience. He's an attorney. I think he was a combat veteran. He's at least some sort of level of flag officer in the reserves. I think he retired. Okay, so he's not some dingbat. This is what we want to see. We want to see Republicans push back.
That's why DeSantis that's on the national scene today. It's not only pushback. That's right. We don't want to see Thune. We want to see Republicans fighting. We want to see them fighting for something without the mamby-pamby nonsense that we got going on right now within the conferences. We want fighters. We want winners. We want winners, like Mike Singletary said in these clips. By the way, Dan, I'm loving these clips. I can't wait for all of them to play. It's the smartest thing we've done because they're funny and they're inspiring. But it's like It's like Singletary said, I'll play with 10 guys. I don't want the guy that doesn't want to win. It's sit on the bench. Go home to mommy, right? DeSantis in your face. And he's not even, he's not even like, well, it's good governance, like Texas was. Oh, it's good governance. DeSantis is like, no, I'm getting 5 seats. Try and stop me, losers. See, that's what we need out of an executive. And he's going to get that done, and they're going to win those 5 seats, and he's going to do it right, and he's going to get it passed, and then he's going to go to Iowa, and he's in play. And I don't care what you think about him, 24 doesn't matter. That is over. There is MAGA 2.0 coming in 24. There is no more Donald J. Trump. He can't run again. So there'll be new leaders. And the whole game changes. Now, he was a terrible candidate. Now, I'm not going to say that he can do any better. Maybe he learned. But this is going to propel him into the national scene. And this is why governors are tough candidates, because they have a record to run on. And what is Ted Cruz going to run on? They didn't do anything. They didn't do anything. Tim Scott, they didn't do anything. All these people run, they didn't do anything. Vance didn't do anything. So, vice president doesn't do anything. He didn't get the negotiation done. He's not, I don't know what's going on with the fraud, right? Rubio's getting stuff done, but you got to do something. And this is where I think DeSantis is going to shine. And for those of you out there that are MAGA, you're for Vance or this guy, let me give you some advice. Enjoy the moment. Listen to me. Enjoy the moment in Florida. Revel in it. Embrace it. Absorb it into your veins. Enjoy the days. It gives us something to cheer about. It gives us something to root for. A fighter. Don't worry about 28 and DeSanctimonious and 24 and running against Trump and, sending me, somebody on Getter will be sending me like 97 chats with caps and stuff. No, forget all that. It's not 28, it's 26. Enjoy the moment. Embrace the fact that we have a governor in this country, in a major state, that has the balls to tell the Democrats to stick it. Don't judge, enjoy. Does that make sense? This is a pivotal moment in this race, in the midterms. It is a pivotal moment. I've said this over and over and over. One man with courage makes a majority. One guy with courage, you have a majority. You only need one. Give me 2, I got an army. Give me 3, I got division. Okay? One guy with courage makes a majority. This is one of my favorite sayings because it is so true. And I'll tell you the other thing. Here's DeSantis. Napoleon, my other favorite saying. I took a stroll one night in Paris, went down the boulevard. I saw the crown laying in the gutter. So I picked it up with my sword and put it on. That's DeSantis today. What's annoying so many of my listeners that don't like him is that I'm right. And it is tough to be right here. It's like I was right about Mandami. I said, what did I say? April? Let's see, what is it? April 29th? I got under the radar. I bet the under. I won. Cha-ching. I told you by April, he'd go to Hochul begging for money. I told you that in January. Roll the tape. You'll go find it. This is DeSantis' moment to get back in the limelight. Earned by action, not rhetoric, not talk, not sound bites, not TikTok. Action that could make a difference in America. That's why I'm so pumped about what he's doing in Florida. And it was just the way he did it. Totally in your face. Isn't that what we're looking for? Somebody to get up and say, you know what? I'm done with you people. Here's what I'm going to do. I have the votes and I have the power, and you guys did it in Virginia. I don't know if that's going to work out, but I'm going to one-up you. You got 4, I'll get 5. Revel in the moment, folks. Revel in the moment. Ron DeSantis, in your grill. One man with courage. That's all it takes. I'll be right back. Phil Klein coming up.
WJFN, Goochland, Bonaire, Chester, 100.5, 107.7, 92.7 FM, AM 820, and WJFB, Portsmouth, AM 1650.
Breaking news this hour from Town Hall. I'm Rich Thomason. Former FBI Director James Comey proclaims his innocence after being indicted for allegedly advocating the assassination of President Trump. Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche says no one, regardless of status or station in life, can do this kind of thing.
Threatening the life of the President of the United States will never be tolerated by the Department of Justice. Over the past year, this department has charged dozens of cases involving threats against all sorts of individuals. We take these seriously, every single one of them.
Comey's accused of arranging seashells on a North Carolina beach in such a way as to urge the assassination of the president. He posted a picture of it on social media before taking it down. During his first term in office, President Trump fired Comey, who says he's innocent and is not afraid. Yesterday it was Washington. Today we'll find Britain's King Charles and Queen Camilla in New York City. They'll meet with first responders and victims' families, the 9/11 memorial.
During his address to Congress yesterday, King Charles reflected on the attacks which took place 25 years ago this September.
We stood with you then, and we stand with you now in solemn remembrance of a day that shall never be forgotten.
The king noted that NATO came to America's aid in the aftermath of 9/11. Greg Clugston, Washington.
Mineral Wells, Texas, that's about 45 miles west of Fort Worth, has been slammed by powerful storms that sent at least 2 people to the hospital, high winds damaging homes and businesses. Gas prices continue to climb, rising to a national average of $4.22 a gallon. That's according to the AAA. On Wall Street this morning, Dow futures are up 28 points. NASDAQ futures ahead 102 points. More on these stories, townhall.com.
If you want unlimited talk, text, and data on a super fast network, Big Wireless will sell it to you right now for as little as $70 a month. Or you can buy it from Pure Talk for half of that. I'm talking about unlimited talk, text, and data for just $34.99 a month. But wait, there's more. When you switch to Pure Talk, you'll be switching to an American wireless company that's committed to keeping 100% of its customer service in this country. I appreciate that. In fact, that's why I switched. I also appreciate the way they support our vets and our skilled workforce. Dial pound 250, say micro, and get unlimited talk, text, and unlimited data for just $34.99 a month. That's pound 250 micro. Stop paying twice what you need to pay for the service you want and switch to an American wireless company that actually stands for something. Pure Talk.
Russia's traditional parade marking the defeat of Nazi Germany during World War II will be taking place this year, but this time around, no military hardware.
It will be the first time since Moscow launched its full-scale invasion of Ukraine in 2022 that no military equipment will rumble through Moscow's Red Square on May 9, the day Russia celebrates its most important secular holiday and showcases its military might. A Russian military statement cited the current operational situation as a reason for excluding a military equipment convoy as well as cadets from the parade. The statement didn't elaborate. World War II is a rare event in the nation's divisive history under communist rule that's revered by all political groups, and the Kremlin has used that sentiment to encourage national pride and underline Russia's position as a global power. I'm Charles de Ledesma.
The 81st anniversary of the defeat of the Nazis. News and analysis, townhall.com. Responding to Democrat gerrymandering in Virginia, there's a drive to reshape congressional districts in Tampa Bay, Orlando, and South Florida to benefit the GOP.
Florida Governor Republican Ron DeSantis unveiling a new congressional map for the state that could give Republicans up to 4 additional seats in the House ahead of the 2026 midterms. Right now, Republicans hold 20 seats, and that number could increase to 24. Democrats have 8 congressional seats in the Sunshine State, and they could potentially lose half of them. Laura Winters reporting.
This could be a momentous day for the future of the Federal Reserve. Chairman Jerome Powell may signal that he'll stay with the Fed as a board member, even as a Senate panel is expected to confirm his replacement. Powell will preside over what will probably be his final meeting as chair. Then he'll hold a news conference when the meeting wraps up. More on these stories, townhall.com.
Hey parents, plan an unforgettable summer. Send your kids to Rapidan Baptist Camp in Rochelle, Virginia. 1 week of nonstop fun and life-changing truth. Amazing preachers, friendly counselors, exciting activities. Ride an alpine coaster and zip line, a 250-foot water slide, and that's just the beginning. Junior camps for ages 7 to 12, teen camps for 13 to 18, 2-day Pee-wee camp with mom and dad for ages 4 to 8, and a brand new day camp option. Sign up today at camprapidan.com. That's camprapidan.com. Rapidan Baptist Camp, where faith and fun collide.
Lifestyles Unlimited is a real estate education group that gives you the roadmap and resources to start building income through real estate. You'll learn practical strategies for using investment properties to create extra income and make informed decisions, one step at a time. Join today for just $297. That's a 60% savings off the regular price of our real estate education program. Text RADIO to 88007. That's RADIO to 88007. Presented by Lifestyles Unlimited.
The Trump administration has brought a lot of positive changes when it comes to fixing our broken healthcare system, but there is only so much the government can do. And if we really want to make America healthy again, that starts at home, and that's where the Wellness Company comes in. The Wellness Company allows you to make sure you're prepared for whatever happens with their prescription medical kits, which contain an assortment of life-saving medications and guidebooks to assist in the proper use of these medications. The Wellness Company also offers a variety of health products, from parasite cleanses to methylene blue to weight loss and so much more, helping you stay healthy and live a longer, better, healthier life. Make America healthy again. That starts at home. So do your part and protect the health of you and your family. All you have to do is go to twc.health/Godzilla today and order. That's twc.health/Godzilla. Use promo code Godzilla to save 10%. That's twc.health/Godzilla.
This is Crom Carmichael, CEO of Solti. We got a wonderful email from one of our customers up east named Joe, and here's what he had to say. I started taking Solti almost out of desperation with little hope because I was resigned to the futility that although I was up to taking 2 statins a day, high cholesterol was something I just had to learn to live with. In fact, when I turned 60, after taking a stress cardio test, my doctor called me on a Saturday, which of course is never a good sign, and told me that I was clogged more than 95% of the people my age. I had an angioplasty and a stent procedure done at that time. Today, my stubborn triglycerides are only 1/3 of what they had been before starting taking Solti. My prescription statin dosage has shrunk from 60 milligrams to only 10 milligrams a day. My primary care doctor that I have had for many years still can't believe the results, and neither can I. Thank you, Solti, for providing such a wonderful product. And folks, I want to invite you to take care of your heart also by going to GodzillaHeart.com. That's GodzillaHeart.com. Use the code Godzilla at checkout, and you'll get a 50% discount on your initial shipment. Thanks so much.
Washington is wasting $500 million every year on a federal supervision system that doesn't work. Probation officers are overwhelmed. Resources are going to people who pose zero threat, while actual dangerous individuals slip through the cracks. The Safer Supervision Act stops the waste and refocuses every dollar on protecting families from harm. President Trump's own pollster found about 80% of Trump voters want this fixed. It's time for Congress to get this done. Stop the waste. Protect our communities. Visit safersupervision.com. Paid for by the Reform Action Fund.
Tired of fumbling for your phone, wallet, or keys? Don't put it in your pants, put it in your pocket. Meet T-Pocket, the practical tees, the shirt that keeps it all in reach. Designed in the USA, assembled in the South, these tees feature smart built-in pockets for easy access. long sleeve, short sleeve, available in most colors, with your favorite teams and logos to come later. Shop the full lineup now at teepocket.net. Fast shipping, easy ordering. Grab yours today and level up your everyday carry. Put it in your pocket with T-Pocket. teepocket.net.
I would rather play with 10 people and just get penalized all the way until we got to do something else, rather than play with 11 when I know that right now that person is not sold out to be a part of this team. It is more about them than it is about the team. I cannot play with them, cannot win with them, cannot coach with them, can't do it.
He's your Godzilla of the truth in America. No gibberish or nonsense, just common sense. And now back to the John Fredericks Show.
You're on the John Fredericks Media Network and all the John Fredericks radio apps. And thanks for being with us today. As always, coming to you live in Washington, D.C. We've got Professor Klein, Liberty University, coming up momentarily. Plus your calls. We got Johnny in Jersey on line 2. Going to get right to you, Johnny. Meantime, our friendly commissioner, Brendan Carr of the FCC, my good buddy. Brendan Carr has just ordered a review of Disney, a review of their license for ABC, and he wants an early renewal by May 28th. The one Democrat commissioner there, Anna Gomez, blasted it, says it was a political stunt. And basically what he's saying is, hey, you know what? You have a license, you have a responsibility, just like we do. We got 23 of them, and we take it very seriously. And, you got to take it seriously. And so you got to do a review. And so just, if you're not doing anything wrong, then you shouldn't have anything to worry about. We go through this every year. We submit all the paperwork. We do whatever they say because that's the commission. They grant the license, and you're operating as a privilege granted by the Federal Communications Commission. I mean, that's the way you got to look at it. It's a privilege, and it's an honor to have it. And they don't give these out lightly. And so you got to follow the rules. If you follow the rules, you got nothing to be concerned about. You just submit the paperwork and you get renewed. It's when you don't follow the rules, you're in trouble. That's the problem with ABC. They're not following the rules. They're not following the rules that are written to be followed. They don't apply for the license and get off the air. That's the choices you have. It's pretty simple, dude. This is not hard, man. It's pretty simple. It's got to follow the rules. The license is a privilege, just like when you turn 15, 16, 17, 18, whatever you are when you got your first driver's license. And they gave it to you somewhere in the written thing. It said, this is not a right. This is a privilege granted by the state of. Handle with care. You speed 100 times, they're going to take it away. You ain't driving. Drive without it, you're going to jail. Simple. You follow the rules, right? That's why we have them. So we'll see what happens. Got to get Brendan Carr on my show, too. That so many people, so little time to get all this done. Now, here's what I can't do. Phil, here's what I can't do. Dan was sick. Here's what I can't do. I can't get sick. I got too much going on, Danny. Well, we're rolling. We got midterms coming up. We got baseball to go to. We got all kinds of things going on. Can't get sick, man. That's why whenever I feel something coming on, guess what I have right here? That's right. My medical emergency kit from the Wellness Company. Now, everything is in here that you're ever going to need. Feel the sniffles coming on. Z-Pack. Feel a little sick. COVID. Ivermectin. Feel something else. Hydroxychloroquine. Right? Get stung by a bee. Antibiotics. Everything is right here at your fingertips. Now, you can subscribe to a doctor online like I do, or you can just follow the guidebook. But either way, every single family in America listening to me now, if you're listening to me now, you should absolutely, without a doubt, absolutely have a medical emergency kit in your home for you and your family, right? Dan was sick all weekend. Dan, if you had one of these, as soon as you got sick from food poisoning, you open up your guidebook, Dan, you take what's in here. Instead of being out 3 days and being sick the whole weekend, you're back on your feet Saturday night. All you got to do, Dan, is go to twc.health/Godzilla, twc.health/Godzilla. Promo code Godzilla going to get you 10% off. Every single family should have it. Now, I've got 3. One stays with my family, one stays in my travel bag, so I don't forget it, and one's in the bus, because when Larry and I are in a bus, Ryan and Larry and I are on that, but we cannot get sick. Ryan got sick on the final day of the tour. We had to send him home. And, good thing the tour was over. Like the final day, didn't make it. And I'm like, dude, if you were staying, come in and get the medical emergency kit in the bus, figure out what's going on, read the guidebook, take it, and get better, and get back to work. Get back to the fun things you're doing. You want to do Frisbee, Dan? Right here. Medical emergency kit. Go to twc.health/Godzilla. Promo code Godzilla, 10% off. Every family should have at least one, Phil. Join me now, Phil Klein, college professor, Liberty University, former attorney general, Kansas. Hey, Phil.
Good morning.
Well, wait a minute. Whoa, look at this. You got suit and tie on. You getting married today? Oh, you already are married. What's going on?
End of the semester. Just the last day of the year that I need to wear this until next fall.
Oh, you're looking great, man.
Well, thank you.
You got your internet fixed there? What did you get? Starlink?
Well, I actually wired it, installed all the wire, and we're connected fiber optically, and I think we're ready to go now.
Very impressive. Okay, you dressed up for the occasion. I got a suit and tie on, but you kind of put me to shame with that green tie. I like it.
You are in a good mood. Your Braves are on top. You're back on the DeSantis wagon. It's a good day for John Fredericks.
I'm not an Atlanta Braves fan. I'm an Astro fan. And
I messed up.
We suck. But you know what?
So do my Royals.
But we're so bad that I don't care. It's like it's the Disastros again. We're going to get through the season. We're going to finish last. Half the team is hurt, and then we're aging. So it's all bad. So it's whatever, right? Sometimes it just doesn't work out, but it's all good. Royals aren't playing very, very well either.
No, we're at the bottom, but in the AL Central, we're only a couple of games out.
I know. Well, here's the good news. You could be the Mets. Every time the reason I don't feel bad about my Astros is because I look at the Mets and the Phillies, who don't have the injuries that we have. Like half our team's out, and like both of them, we won more games than they have. So we suck. Anyway, look, Phil, DeSantis is back. I'm telling you, man, in your face. I love what he's doing, and I'm telling you, I know he's awkward. I know he doesn't, but look, it's a long way off to 28. But tell me that Ron DeSantis is not back on the national stage.
Well, I think his recent action, and you're right, John, people have been looking for that type of leadership that is bold, direct, and specific. And he has provided that as it relates to redistricting. And it's going to be real interesting to see how this property tax issue plays out in Florida. But what you're looking at is the potential of a state with a very low or no property tax and no income tax that is attracting more people to move into that state than any other state but Texas right now. So you have, of course, people voting with their feet, and they're leaving blue states and going to red states. And Florida is one of those targets. And I think it's partially because of DeSantis' leadership.
I don't think there's any question. You're going to have a state. How he's done this with the property tax is unfathomable. Like, you go to a state, you have no income tax, and you have the lowest property tax in the country. Like, how do you function as a state? Where do they get the money?
Well, they get a lot of tourism, of course, but look at New York and look at the difference right now with Mondami talking about effectively preventing people from passing on their property to their children with a $750,000 exemption on estate tax. I think that's where he would set it, and a confiscation of about 50% or more of any value above that. Well, you can't own any property in New York and pass it on to your children with that type of estate taxation. And now he's going to Albany and demanding additional taxes from people across the state to bail New York out of its fiscal mess, and just compare that to other parts. You've got the governor of New York, who just 2 years ago was telling people with wealth, leave the state. You don't care about New York. We don't care about you. Go ahead and move away. And now she's begging them to come back to New York. It's sad to see. It's sad to see these great states deteriorate to the point of really kind of a modern socialism that confiscates wealth, redistributes wealth so politicians can take credit for fixes that create more problems that they then demand more wealth to fix. That's the cycle that you see California in. It's the cycle that New York is getting into. And I don't know what it's going to take to fix it. I do think that eventually it gets to the point where the American people wake up and say enough is enough. Right now, a lot of them are doing that by moving.
Well, we knew he was going to ask her for money, and he holds her hostage. We got a lot to get to today. You're on the John Fredericks Media Network. I'm with Professor Phil Klein, law professor at Liberty University, former Attorney General, Kansas. So, Phil, a lot to get to here. Let's stick with New York for a second. So he holds Hochul over a barrel. He's almost holding her hostage because here's the veiled threat. Let's see, you're up for re-election. Bruce Blakeman, Republican nominee for all intents and purposes, is going to carry just about every other county in the state, including Buffalo. So in order for you to win, well, you got to get a big vote out of New York City. And unfortunately for you, like my army down here, my communist army, well, we control all the votes. So you're really going to need me out there campaigning for you, to getting your vote out, getting my people out, get everybody engaged, go on social media. And, if I send my hands to do that, well, then you lose. So cough it up, Kath. Cough it up, baby. Here's my tin cup. Fill it up. That's what he's holding over her head.
Well, communists have always played the game of extortion. That's what they are. They're extortionists. So this is no surprise.
Well, let's get to Virginia. I know you've been following it. What did you see Monday? How do you feel? And tell me what you think the outcome will be.
Well, I'm still very hopeful that they will reverse what has happened because, and the ballot language has not been before the court yet. That's coming up in a different case. This was relating to the procedural maneuverings by which the state legislature, Democrat-controlled state legislature, put this measure on the ballot, which arguably violated two provisions within the Virginia Constitution. But as the whole case gets up there, I'm very, very hopeful that this court will say that this election is not valid. And most recently, John, you mentioned it, and you're right to say that it is not a final decision. It's consistent in a certain way with the court's conservatism, but they refused to grant a stay on the lower court's injunction on certifying the election. And that is good. That's good news. I still believe the odds are this court will reverse and set aside the redistricting.
Well, what was interesting is all the questions were going to the Democrats. Not a single question was asked of the Republicans who brought the suit, right? They didn't get asked any questions. And the most fascinating one was when the one judge said in the hearing, well, define for me election day. And whoever the Democrat lawyer was, well, it's, let me read this thing. Here's what it says. The Constitution says election day is the day of the election is election day. And the judge is like, well, what you guys passed a law that said 45 days is election day. You guys passed it. Well, but it says here, election day. So then the judge says, so let me get this straight. You passed this thing at like 6 o'clock on election day. 6 o'clock. So what you're telling me, polls close at 7. So if you passed it at 6:59, no one could react to that, zero people at 6:59, then it would still count as an intervening election. And the guy's like, yes.
Yeah.
How do you say that's okay?
And the Republicans made a good argument as well in that there's the legislative intent or the constitutional intent in creating this time frame was not only to allow citizens the opportunity to fully understand what was on the ballot, but it was also the opportunity for them to cast a vote knowing where their legislator was on the proposed constitutional amendment. And that discretion was lost by those who had voted in the election prior to the passage of this constitutional amendment. And there's nothing that can be said that can deny that reality. So it is a concern. I think it must be a concern to this court when a political party plays fast and loose with the Constitution and the interpretation of the Constitution. And then when you combine that with how misleading this ballot language was on two fronts. One, it implies that you are unfair if you voted against it. And secondly, it falsely implies that this is temporary when it sets up a preference for existing ballots or existing districts for a future redistricting commission. So it misled the voters on several levels.
It is so egregious what they did. I mean, but it's bold. I mean, if you look at what they did and how they did it, I mean, this is the kind of leadership that we don't have, which I think DeSantis can fill this void.
Well, I would beg to differ in this sense. I think DeSantis is bold and his leadership is good here. He is essentially making arguments that are consistent with United States Supreme Court cases and the Constitution. The Democrats eviscerated the Virginia Constitution. That's not bold leadership. That's irresponsible leadership.
Yeah, but they still got it done. And if it passes, they're going to gain 4 seats. But if it doesn't, and you and I are on the same page, I don't think this passes. I don't think there's a judge that can say an intervening election can be called at 6:59 on election day. I mean, that was basically the question that I said, I don't know, there's no way out of this, right? I mean, that's you would have to change that in the law. Like it was, 6:59. It was at 6 o'clock. So I don't see it passing. But then if it doesn't, it blows up in their face because they spent $110 million gone. And they probably would have won 2 seats. Probably they would have beat Kiggins. And they likely would have beat Whitman. But now they're going 0 for 4. All those people are going to get reelected because all this did was piss off Republicans. They poked the bear. And the turnout that we got in these rural areas with nobody on the ballot but a referendum that half the people didn't even understand, that to me was the wake-up call.
Well, hopefully Virginia voters realize that the left will stop at nothing. And if they have to shred the Constitution, if they have to pack courts, if they have to create restrictions on constitutional rights and exempt themselves from those restrictions like they're doing with the Second Amendment in Virginia, if they have to tie Virginia's economic policy to that of California, if they have to reinvent the EPA at the state level to push through their radical climate agenda, they will do whatever is necessary, including making clear words mean something entirely different to justify their actions. That's not abiding by the rule of law. That's lawlessness, and it's brute power. And that's what they're showing in Virginia's redistricting.
No question about it. I think it goes down. And if this goes down, when do you think they'll rule, Phil?
I don't know, John. I really don't know. The court is very procedurally cautious. That's the overriding nature of this court. And that's, part of that is because of the method of selection. They are selected by the legislature. And through the years, there have been mixed legislatures that have appointed most of the justices. And the result is that they are very respective of separation of powers and their role and so forth. So it's a conservative court. They will take their time to make the decision.
But you believe when the decision is made, this thing goes down?
I think so.
I do too. So is Joe Morrissey. So is Chap Peterson. So it's very interesting, the swath of different perspectives that all come to the same conclusion. If you're not highly partisan, you really believe this thing is going down because it simply doesn't pass muster. Phil Klein with us, professor at Liberty University of Law, also former attorney general in Kansas. Soon to get, I guess, a new football stadium and everything, right? You got Kauffman Stadium going there, and the Chiefs are going there, and your old Kansas, yay, right? All good.
Yeah, Chiefs are going to Kansas, and the Royals are going downtown, back downtown where they were originally.
That's, you know what, there's something about having a baseball park downtown. It's different. I like it. When I go see the Astros play, you know, as we did at the beginning of the season when they're actually winning, it's just fun. There's something about going downtown, you know, staying at a hotel downtown, walking around down, taking the little shuttle train there, whatever they got. And it's a lot better than when I went to the Astrodome, which was like 40 miles from the city. I mean, that thing took an hour to get there. I don't even know where the hell that thing was, but it was not anywhere near downtown when I used to go to the Astrodome. Let's get to a phone call for you, John in New Jersey. You're on with John and Phil. Johnny, go ahead.
How you doing, pal? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, so first off, I have a second home in Florida, and DeSantis has been the greatest governor, other than Rudy Giuliani. Believe it or not, I told you I used to be a Wall Street guy. I lived in Manhattan. Rudy Giuliani, I thought, was one of the greatest mayors I've ever seen. But in terms of the governor, Ron DeSantis, I mean, what he's done, you can't deny it. And I was actually, for a little while, on the Ron DeSantis train. But, you know, then it lasted a couple weeks, and then I immediately went back to Trump. He just, you know, I saw the writing on the wall there right away. But you hate to lose him as a governor. I mean, he's been phenomenal down there. And I definitely think that this redistricting puts him right back on the map. If not president, vice president, he's going to definitely be somewhere. This is going to be monumental. I mean, it's going to save the Republican Party. Now, I wanted to ask you guys. Now, you know, I'm not, you know, stirring up the witch's brew here. Do you think that the Virginia decision is going to be predicated in any way, shape, or form on what they do in Florida? Like where they see, okay, they did it in Florida, now we can do it here. That's my question.
My answer to that would be absolutely not. I think these judges are going to rule on the legality of this in the Constitution. I don't think Florida, Illinois, North Carolina has anything to do with their ruling.
I believe that's true as well, John. Now, the court will exercise discipline in that regard. It's very tempting. And in fact, the left wants them to look at the national scene. That's how they try to justify their misleading language. But this court will exercise discipline and solely focus on the Virginia Constitution and the issues here in the Commonwealth.
Bill Klein, I want to thank you for being with us, law professor at Liberty University. John, thank you for the call. We've got Mike Herodopoulos, Florida. It's all Florida today. I'm pumped. Coming up, I want to keep it right here on the John Fredericks Media Network. Truth and Clarity. I'm your Godzilla of the truth.
In 2008, the amount of concentrated time people could spend on a task without becoming distracted was 12 seconds. 5 years later, it was only 8 seconds, 1 second less than a goldfish. If you're often distracted or have trouble recalling information, you're likely to fall behind in the demanding, fast-paced 21st century. In other words, brain performance is more critical now than ever. Boost your brain power with Healthy Cells Focus Plus Recall. Science-backed nootropics to help you sharpen focus, concentrate longer, enhance recall, improve mental speed, learn rapidly, and be more alert. It's a pill-free brain supplement made with maximum absorption ingestible gel technology, designed to feed your brain at the cellular level. Take it for a test drive. Go to healthycell.com and use code GODZILLA for 20% off your first order of Focus Plus Recall. That's healthycell.com, code GODZILLA for 20% off.
Now more than ever, it's imperative to support companies that share our conservative values. That's why I can't be more excited to tell you that I've switched my family to Patriot Mobile. Patriot Mobile is America's only Christian conservative wireless provider. When you switch to Patriot Mobile, you shift your support away from the leftist, woke, progressive agendas of Big Mobile. Patriot Mobile's wireless service works perfectly and seamlessly as you go about your lives with exceptional nationwide coverage that uses the same towers the main carriers use. Patriot Mobile donates a portion of every dollar earned to causes you care about, to organizations that fight for religious freedom, First and Second Amendments, sanctity of life, and the needs of veterans and first responders. Patriot Mobile has plans to fit any budget, along with great discounts for our veterans and first responder heroes, as well as multi-line users. Switching is easy. Just go to patriotmobile.com/Godzilla or call their U.S.-based customer service team, 972-PATRIOT. That's 972-728-7468. Use offer code Godzilla for free activation.
What if those who were once called conspiracy theorists turn out to be right again? A new study by Korean doctors claimed that COVID vaccines raise the risk of 6 cancers, including lung, breast, and prostate. Researchers analyzed health records from more than 8.4 million adults between 2021 and 2023, and their findings were published in Biomarker Research, a respected scientific journal. Critics dismiss it, but the data raises concern that spike protein exposure may be tied to long-term health risks. And Dr. Peter McCullough has been aware of this since 2020, which is why he collaborated with the wellness company to create Ultimate Spike Detox, designed to help your body clear spike proteins, reduce inflammation, and support heart health. With natural ingredients like nattokinase, dandelion root, and bromelain, it is your daily proactive defense from a man-made virus. Don't wait until symptoms strike or something unexpected happens. Experience the only formula approved and used by Dr. McCullough, one of the top doctors who risked it all. Go to twc.health/Godzilla. That's twc.health/Godzilla and use promo code Godzilla to get 10% off plus free shipping.
The Cats and Cosby Show.
It's the top news of the day.
This show knows things before anybody else is transmitting it. I said 5 minutes after we make a deal, the price of crude oil is going to go down $20 a barrel. Well, it went down $20 a barrel today. It did. 15 days from now, and if it looks like we have a good deal, it'll go down another $20 a barrel.
Cats and Cosby, 5 Eastern, 4 Central on the John Fredericks Media Network.
And that's a good sign for us, obviously, and for the free world.
President Trump is already transforming Washington, D.C., making it the safest, cleanest, and most beautiful city in the world. But we need fighters on the ground to keep it going. I'm John Fredericks, and I'm running for chairman of D.C. GOP Ward 2 to make sure Trump's vision for this city becomes a reality. Safe streets, clean neighborhoods, and yes, rat-free. Go to MakeDCGreat.com. That's MakeDCGreat.com right now and send a donation. Let's finish what President Trump started. Donation limit $200. I'm John Fredericks, and I paid for this ad.
Trying to get our 2 boys ready to carry them to golf tournament before practice, right? 12 cats live across the road. Our door's open. Screen's broke. We need to get a new screen door, but the screen's broke, so you can come in through the screen, but you can't get back out of it. I turn and look, there's a little kitty cat in our kitchen. So I said, what are you doing in here, little kitty cat? By that time, the cat turns, tries to get back out. That screen won't go that way. Cat starts going, meow, all crazy. And I told our players, we need more dogs. Bo's barking in the back. I have to go shut Bo up. Mel's like, what's going on? I said, there's a cat in the house. Cat in the house? I said, yeah, there's a cat in the house. So I told our players, I tried to let it out the front door. Meow, meow, the cat's still going crazy in there. And I told our players, you need to be more like a dog. We don't need a bunch of cats in here looking in the mirror. Do I look good? I got my extra bands on. I got my other shoes on. Be a dog. We don't need no meows. We don't need no cats. We need more dogs.
He's the voice of Virginia.
No, you can't. You have one of the worst voices I've ever heard in my life.
And the commander of common sense.
Fire at will, Commander.
Now back to the John Fredericks Show.
You're on the John Fredericks Media Network. Great to have you with us. Coming to you live in Washington, D.C. Well, you can't be talking about Florida and the great redistricting that's going on without having on our show one of the most commanding Florida House of Representative members you're going to find, and that is Mike Haradopoulos, who is with us, a fighter and fighting for DHS, fighting for President Trump. He's basically Florida MAGA 2.0. Congressman, you're on the John Fredericks Show, sir. Big day in Florida. Great to have you with us. Oh, we lost his video. Okay, he's going to be there. He's going to be right back. We had him, and then we lost him. But he's got a good team there with him, and he's going to be right back. So we're all good to go. This segment brought to you by my great friends at Patriot Mobile. I got to tell you what. Thank you for what you do. Glenn Story, CEO, visionary behind this company. I got 3 phones. I love my Patriot Mobile. I save money. The service is phenomenal. I get 2 carriers for the price of one. I get a BOGO. Switching is easy. Going to save money. Going to get the best service. And I know what they stand for, because a portion of whatever they make, guess where it goes? Christian conservative causes. And Glenn Story, what he's done with his team is unbelievable. When I got to go to his corporate office in Dallas and park the bus out there, that was one of the proudest days we have, just to be there, see his staff, the energy in there, the people answering the phone, helping customers, believing in something, and then delivering outstanding service. I mean, you just don't get there. You don't get that today anymore. What you get is, somebody in India that can't speak English. You get into a voicemail hell. You're pushing buttons. You call Patriot Mobile, they answer the phone on the 4th or 5th ring. They answer the phone in Dallas, and they will help you through whatever problem you have. I mean, I had a problem the other day. It was about a month ago. I don't even remember. It's a minor thing, a billing issue, and how one of your cards expire or something. You got to put a new card in. I didn't really know how to do it online, so I'm like, screw this. I just called them up, 972 Patriot, 4 rings, answer the phone, give me your account number. Didn't have that. Give me your phone number. Okay, got that. So verify the last 4 of your social. Got that. Boom. Got it done. 5 minutes off the phone and on to something else. Great people. And you can do it too, because switching is easy and you get to keep everything. You just save money and get great service. Just go to patriotmobile.com, patriotmobile.com, promo code Godzilla, get you the BOGO, get you free activation fee, or you can call 972-PATRIOT, 972-PATRIOT, promo code Godzilla, and you're right there. And I just want to thank Glenn Story, Scott Colburn, his whole team there in Dallas for what they do. And we were hoping to see him tonight at the Susan B. Anthony dinner, but he and Jen had other business. They can't make it, but you're going to be missed. And we'll see you soon again when I get back to Dallas, or you come up to DC. Glenn Story and his lovely wife, Jen, shout out to you guys. You're the best. Go to patriotmobile.com, promo code Godzilla. Get BOGO, 2 carriers for the price of 1, and free activation fee, and the service will knock your socks off. Okay, let's get right back. Let's get right back to it. Congressman Mike Haradopoulos from Florida, MAGA 2.0. Congressman, good to have you with us. Big day, sir, in Florida.
It is, John. Thank you so much for having me. Great to be on the show, and thanks for what you do every single day to promote common sense and opportunity for others.
Well, Mike, I want to talk about today, before we get to the national scene. I'm really fired up about what Governor DeSantis is doing in Florida with these maps, and he's doing it legally, and it looks like he's got the backing within the Florida General Assembly. Tell us a little about how this came about.
Well, and looking at the overall map, as you know, if you look at the Florida map, we actually obey the rules, meaning that we keep county and cities intact where possible. Unlike when you see the map of Virginia recently, or what they've had in Illinois for a long time, where they have these crazy gerrymandered maps. What we have in Florida is they call fair districts. That's where you keep counties and cities intact. When you look at our congressional seats, they actually look like boxes, as opposed to, let's just say, a Rorschach test. And so what the governor has done, because of some legal changes that happened, he was able to take a fresh look at the maps and try to draw them so that keep these cities and counties intact. And if you look at the Florida map at election time, of course, the Democrats are only concentrated in major cities, for example, in parts of Fort Lauderdale, Miami, et cetera. And so these maps, I guess, are going to be representing kind of that reality of where Florida citizens live. And as you know, it's something we don't actually engage in the Congress. This is something the legislature and the governor taking on exclusively.
Right. I understand that. But obviously, when you pull this off, it could affect the balance of power in the United States. That's
correct.
I mean, that's the bottom line. We get these 5 seats, and many of us, I'm in Washington, D.C. I just did a 2-week bus tour in Virginia trying to defeat this referendum. We almost pulled it off, got outspent 10-1 by Hakeem Jeffries and his cast of dark money characters there. Got beat by 1.5%, almost pulled it off. I believe that the Supreme Court in Virginia is going to knock this down, where when you guys go forward, that's going to be not even with Virginia, that's going to be +5. Big difference.
Well, I think you'll see, at least if the history stays true, if the map stays as Florida goes in and the court's okay, it would go from 20-8 to 24-4, which would be a potential pickup for Republicans in our state by 4. And as you mentioned, we lost those seats in Virginia. And again, I couldn't believe the ballot language in Virginia. I mean, it was the most biased ballot language. And a number of persons actually written constitutional amendments when I served in the state legislature, and we have to have a kind of a fairness test. They threw that out the window. And I think, to your point, I think the courts are going to ultimately decide that Virginia clearly broke the law on many fronts, if nothing else, from the simple ballot language, which is clearly biased and did not truly represent what would change in the state of Virginia.
Congressman Mike Herodopoulos with us, Florida, your District 8, if memory serves me correct?
Correct. Mm-hmm.
All right.
That's right.
I go by memory here. I don't have anything written down. Okay. Florida 8. And tell our national audience, Mike, what area along the East Coast that represents.
So think about where Disney is in the center part of the state. That's Orlando. And you head east to the ocean, the Atlantic Ocean. I represent from Kennedy Space Center. Of course, we all celebrated the amazing Artemis II successful launch and recovery, all the way down to Vero Beach, where the Dodgers used to play before they moved out west. And so it's a beautiful area around the Atlantic Ocean. As you can imagine, it's growing dramatically because people want to live in that area. And we're seeing a great growing space action with not only Artemis, which is NASA, but also Blue Origin, of course, Elon Musk company called SpaceX. And so it's a great area. It's a very red area. We historically vote about 62-63% for Republicans in whether it be gubernatorial or congressional races. So I'm very blessed to represent the area. And we're, as I mentioned, we're growing because we're creating new opportunities, unlike the blue states of Illinois, New York, and California.
So your district is south of, you're south of New Smyrna Beach, right? Do you include Cocoa Beach, or are you south of that?
So Cocoa Beach is just south of Kennedy Space Center. That's where the world famous Ron John Surf Shop is located, and the greatest surfer in world history, Kelly Slater, grew up surfing. And it's just a terrific area where we see rockets taking off just about every day. And you see, of course, we have a strong defense industry as well, as we're building what's called the Golden Dome with companies like L3 Harris, Northrop Grumman, GE, Boeing, etc.
All right. So great area. I used to work many years ago at the Daytona Beach News Journal, so I'm familiar with that ring down there, basically from, I guess, Flagler Beach, which is where I lived, through Daytona down to New Smyrna, and of course Cocoa Beach. I'm an Astro fan. Back when I was younger, the Astros actually played their spring training games in Cocoa Beach, so I would go there as a young man back in the day. That's how I'm familiar with it.
Great area.
How I remember this stuff, I have no idea. It's like all worthless information. Let's get to the national scene. We're with Representative Mike Herodopoulos, Florida 8, Republican. This FISA debacle, I know you guys have put amendments up. For the life of me, I can't understand why we just can't get these amendments passed, because nobody wants to be surveilled on. We all remember basically the FISA secret court signing off on Rod Rothenstein's making things up, judges signing it, getting people surveilled. What's the deal here?
Well, it is very incredibly frustrating. And there's a lot of things that people are trying to add based on what had happened earlier in the year. But to your point, we need to make sure the government is not spying on us. As you know, during the Biden years, not a few hundred, but tens of thousands of cases where they abused this privilege. And the fortunate thing is, in the last few years, they've made some adjustments, 56 different adjustments. So you have a lot fewer cases, but any case more than one is too much when you're spying on Americans. And so the president, I think, has put together a common sense proposal. We're going to make some, I think, slight adjustments to that to get this done. But it's necessary. I mean, we are not only facing the threat of 10 million illegals in this country, putting threats on Americans, but because of our conflict and other realities around the world, we face conflicts potentially from around the world. And that's why 702 is so important, that we protect American citizens while still keeping the homeland safe. I think that with the very minimum, we should, of course, do a short-term extension, because we don't want to have lose the ability to make sure that the bad guys aren't doing nefarious things here in the United States.
Mike, the DHS funding, which is now there's another stall in the Senate. It's hard to figure out on a daily basis what they're doing in there. Where's that stand now?
Well, this is the frustration we're going through. We fully funded DHS 4 different times in the United States House of Representatives, despite getting no help from Democrats, as you know, John. And in the Senate, as you know, they need 60 votes to pass anything. And so the Democrats, as usual, are now putting national security at risk by not passing full funding. They're only willing to fund up to a certain point. They're unwilling to fund border security, and they're unwilling to fund ICE, which is so vital to remove those violent offenders that have come into the country illegally once they got here. And the fact that they are turning their back on their own neighbors is preposterous. And so we're probably going to have what's called reconciliation to fill that gap, meaning only Republicans will be voting for it. And only, of course, in the Senate will they need 50 votes instead of 60 in order to get that funding in place to make sure people simply get paid for doing their job.
And so they only need 50 votes. They have 53 senators. What's the holdup?
Well, remember that in this case, you have to go through the reconciliation process. Remember, the original bill was the classic way you pass any legislation, but the Democrats won't do it. So you have to use the budget thing called reconciliation. So the Senate will pass that. And then we in the House will pass it as well. And that was what will fully fund DHS. But to your point, this is the nonsense that goes on in Washington, D.C. And in the most fundamental way, this is how the Democrats thwart democracy. We earned the majority, and they won't let us act in the majority by using cloture and these different procedures in the Senate to block what the American public wanted, which is a secure border and to go after the bad guys who are committing crimes once they got here after coming here illegally.
So we got another lower court that makes a ruling yesterday, and that actually in 3 days we had 2 absurd rulings. One was, okay, you can't hold illegals that you capture in a detention center. I guess you just got to let them go, like catch and release again. And then we get another ruling that says you can't deny anybody asylum even if they don't meet the criteria for asylum. I mean, who's running the country?
Well, luckily, John, what's going to happen in each of these cases, we'll appeal those and those will be knocked down for the next hearing. What the liberals do is they go what's called court shopping. They'll go find the most liberal judges, push it in that jurisdiction and get a lower court opinion. But as you know, President Trump's almost undefeated when you go to the higher courts when you're dealing with some of these immigration issues. I'm still optimistic that this issue of birthright citizenship will be changed. I don't think just because you happen to be in the country in modern times, you should be able to acquire American citizenship. And so we have to, fight these out. The lower courts, they'll find their liberal judge will, of course, stay that, meaning we'll stop it temporarily. And then once it moves its way up the ladder, we'll make sure bad decisions hopefully don't come like this. But this is the reality of what the liberals do. They're doing things to thwart American democracy over and over. And clearly, unfortunately, they're siding with illegals over American citizens who not only built this country, but pay the bulk of the taxes that make this country operate every single day.
Mike, the SAVE Act, you guys pass it in the House. I mean, this has got to be frustrating. I know we talked about this a couple minutes ago. You pass it in the House. They go through this charade. I'm going to call it out, Mike Karadopoulos. They go through this charade in the Senate with the SAVE Act. They were never serious about it. They were never going to get rid of the phony filibuster thing, basically, so that they cannot have a vote on it. Now it's not even coming to the floor. Now it's just dead. It just died there. Like all things die in the Senate Republican conference. I mean, what is the level of your guys' frustration with this?
You could probably tell by just my facial expressions. I'm incredibly frustrated. As a new member of Congress, we believe the filibuster has a right, meaning that you should delay some votes so that people can get more information. But in the end, there should be a vote. I mean, I'm a history teacher, as you know, John, and filibusters historically been used to give the minority party the ability to articulate their case. But at some point, there needs to be a vote. And the Democrats have basically said the election of 2024 doesn't matter. We're going to stop everything in their path. That's why they shut the government down last fall. That's why they're shutting around portions of DHS now. And they're abusing that privilege. And it's the reason why a lot of people are saying maybe the filibuster has outlived its usefulness. or at least there'll be some type of time clock so that we can actually have a vote on the issues that truly matter. And this is what we need to do to step up. And I'm for anything to get the Save America Act in place, because we see illegal aliens voting, and anyone who's saying otherwise is simply false, because there's case after case, not just in blue states, but even red states that we're prosecuting right now because they've come in and illegally voted.
Well, we went from trying to bust up the phony 60 vote cloture man-made filibuster rule. We went from that to our own filibuster to not even having a vote. I mean, like this, it just went from, how can we pass it to we're not even going to vote on it in 3 weeks. It's the most crazy thing. You came here as a high school history teacher. If you were back in your class right now, just teaching today, right? In class, what would you tell your class right now about what the state of American politics is, Mike?
Well, look, it's no way to put it, John. It's chaos. And it's allowing the minority to dominate what the will of the people is. Again, we're not taking away anyone's rights. If you're an American citizen, your rights are absolutely intact. In fact, they're enhanced when you make sure the people who are here illegally don't get to vote. I mean, if I as you can imagine, my name is Greek. If I went back to Greece tomorrow and say I'm here to vote, they'd laugh me out of the room. And so it's absolutely patently ridiculous. And again, I'm all for delaying a vote, making sure you have long debates on a vote, but there needs to be a vote. And I hope that John Thune will change his tune and simply say, we're going to have a filibuster, make them hold the floor as opposed to just accept defeat. I think that's what the American public wants, because as you see, over 80% of the people want voter ID. They want to make sure that only Americans vote in an American election. And the fact that the Democrats are winning this battle is undercutting democracy at its most fundamental level. And everybody understands this one the idea of you have to show an ID and you have to be an American citizen. That's all we're asking for in this bill, and it's why the House has passed it over and over again.
What a clown show. You've also got the situation where you've got one senator can hold up an entire bill or nomination. 1 out of 100. That's what Tom Tillis did with Warsh to get into the chairman of the Federal Reserve. He just held it up because he had something, I don't know, something about the DOJ suing the guy for the overspending on the building. Tillis didn't like it, so he just stalls it. And then he basically holds it hostage and extorts the Department of Justice for dropping the suit. I mean, how do you run a government?
Well, again, and you could probably see again my frustration on my face, and it's the arrogance of people, especially remember Tillis isn't running for reelection, so there's no accountability here. He's holding up the verdict of the 2024 election. I mean, thank goodness we finally shut the border. Now, when we go after the bad guys who are here who committed horrific crimes, the Democrats protect them with sanctuary cities. Then we got to bring more ICE agents in because local law enforcement won't help. And you have the chaos like you had in Minnesota and the 2 unfortunate deaths. But this is the chaos that's currently in place. And reason I ran for office is to get things going again. And we need to make Washington, D.C. a heck of more like good old Florida.
White House, the ballroom, White House Correspondents' Dinner, many of us there. Chaotic scene, obviously, third attempt on the president's life. People like me have always been, but now 100% in favor of building out the White House ballroom so we don't have what we had at the Hilton. How do you stand on that?
Well, look, I think first of all, it was smart to fix up the White House. It's if you've been there, and you really can't have a formal event there, except for a very small clique of people. So if you want to have a larger event, it just doesn't happen at the White House unless you put up a tent, which is again chaos in its own right. The president's just a common sense guy. He knows how to run hotels, etc. And he's saying let's make this a first class place with safety. As you know, every time we go off campus, we're at risk. Sadly, John, when I go in my own district, if there's a public event, I need security because some of the threats that have been thrown against me. And so you can only imagine the threats against the president. So I think it makes a lot of sense to have this facility so that when we have events, Republicans and Democrats alike, you can do it in safety and security and not worry about some of those exterior threats which were exposed again last Saturday night.
Mike Karadopoulos, Representative Florida 8, Republican. I want to thank you for being with us. Before we go, the one thing, if there's one bill other than the SAVE Act that we talked about that you want to get done before the end of the year, what is it? One bill.
Well, I'd love to have a constitutional amendment for a balanced budget. That's my long-term dream, reason I ran for Congress. But I think what we need to do is go after fraud. I mean, fraud is rampant. We have a bill in what's called Reconciliation 3.0 because we know the Democrats won't vote for it in a conventional way. Fraud is rampant. It's ripping people off, and people work so hard for their tax dollars. So I want to see Budget Reconciliation 3.0, which includes heavy penalties for fraud and telling states that they're unwilling to be transparent about how they spend their money, they're going to lose their federal dollars.
And is that bill, does it have traction? What committee is that? What committee will that go through?
Well, that's going to go through the entire House, but it's going to start in the Budget Committee. That'll be the key vote. And let's just hope we pass that because people are getting ripped off by their own government.
Are you one of the committee members on that?
I'm not. I'm on financial services, a little different angle, but I'm one of the co-sponsors on that. And I would encourage everybody to call their congressman and tell them we need to pass this bill to make sure we take on fraud once and for all.
Mike Karadopoulos, thank you for being with us. People want to follow you. Where do they go?
Just anywhere on Twitter. You can. It's a unique last name. There's only a few of us. You can go to Twitter or Facebook, Instagram. We're everywhere because we want you to have more information just like you provide every day.
All right, Mike. Thanks for being with us. Morgan Griffith. Morgan Griffith next. Keep it right here.
7 Bon Air, 100.5 FM Goochland, and WJFB.
Breaking news this hour from Town Hall. Amrit Thomason. He says he is innocent and unafraid. Former FBI Director James Comey indicted. This stems from his posting of a photo on social media and what that photo is said to represent.
Last year, Comey posted a beach photo of seashells in the shape of the numbers 8647. 86 is slang for get rid of, and administration officials asserted that Comey was advocating the assassination of Donald Trump, the 47th president. At the time, Comey said it was simply a political message, and he deleted the post. The indictment is the second criminal case the Justice Department has brought against the former FBI director. Greg Clugston, Washington.
First responders and victims' families meet today with Britain's King Charles and Queen Camilla, the 9/11 memorial in New York City. Yesterday, the King addressed a joint meeting of Congress, speaking of the ties that bind the U.S. and the U.K.
From the bitter divisions of 250 years ago, we forged a friendship that has grown into one of the most consequential alliances in human history.
Last night, it was a state dinner honoring the royal couple at the White House. Iran's national currency has hit a record low of 1.8 million to $1 US as a shaky ceasefire with the U.S. and Israel holds, and as the U.S. blockades Iranian ports. Economists warn the fall of the currency, the rial, is likely to further fuel inflation already raging out of control in Iran. Secretary of War Hegseth about to face questions at a congressional hearing for the first time since the Iran war began. Today's hearing before the House Armed Services Committee will focus specifically on the administration's $1.5 trillion military budget for 2027. The Dow futures down 4 points. NASDAQ futures up 83 points. More on these stories at townhall.com.
Now there's a new way to take charge of your blood sugar. Introducing new Garlic Healthy Blood Sugar Formula from the makers of the nation's best-selling garlic supplement. New Garlic helps maintain healthy blood sugar levels with clinically supported levels of garlic, plus a custom blend of vitamins and minerals, and it's odor-free. Take charge of your blood sugar with new Garlic Healthy Blood Sugar Formula. These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Use as directed.
Spring cleaning isn't just for your house, it's for your life. If your job is getting old, it's time to clear the clutter and spring into IT. Go to My Computer Career.
My Computer Career helped me get the skills and certifications I needed to start a new life as an IT professional in months, not years.
Earn the certifications the top employers are looking for right now. Visit mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation to see if it's time to spring into IT. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Former South Korean President Yoon is on the receiving end of another prison sentence.
A South Korean appeals court has sentenced ousted President Yoon Suk-yeol to 7 years in prison for resisting arrest and bypassing a legitimate cabinet meeting before his brief imposition of martial law in December 2024. The conviction for obstruction of justice and other charges comes on top of a life sentence he's already received on rebellion charges stemming from his baffling authoritarian push, which triggered the most serious crisis for the country's democracy in decades. I'm Charles de Ledesma.
The European Union says Meta is failing to keep underage users from accessing Facebook and Instagram. The EU's executive branch says Meta lacks effective measures to prevent children younger than 13 from signing up. The issue isn't just access. The EU also criticizes Meta for not assessing risks of age-inappropriate content. News and analysis, townhall.com. A teen charged with killing his 18-year-old stepsister on a cruise ship soon be going on trial.
A federal judge says in an order that Timothy Hudson's trial on charges of first-degree murder and aggravated sexual abuse will start June 1st in Miami. The 16-year-old was initially charged as a juvenile before the case was transferred to adult court. He entered a written plea of not guilty last week. Lawyers do point out minors are rarely prosecuted in federal court. Jason Walker reporting.
The State Department is readying a limited release of commemorative U.S. passports. The passports celebrating America's 250th birthday would also feature a picture of President Trump. He'd be the first living president to be featured on the travel document. More on these stories at townhall.com.
Now more than ever, it's imperative to support companies that share our conservative values. That's why I can't be more excited to tell you that I've switched my family to Patriot Mobile. Patriot Mobile is America's only Christian conservative wireless provider. When you switch to Patriot Mobile, you shift your support away from the leftist, woke, progressive agendas of Big Mobile. Patriot Mobile's wireless service works perfectly and seamlessly as you go about your lives with exceptional nationwide coverage that uses the same towers the main carriers use. Patriot Mobile donates a portion of every dollar earned to causes you care about, to organizations that fight for religious freedom, First and Second Amendment, sanctity of life, and the needs of veterans and first responders. Patriot Mobile has plans to fit any budget, along with great discounts for our veterans and first responder heroes, as well as multi-line users. Switching is easy. Just go to patriotmobile.com/Godzilla or call their U.S.-based customer service team, 972-PATRIOT. That's 972-728-7468. Use offer code Godzilla for free activation.
Hey parents, plan an unforgettable summer. Send your kids to Rapidan Baptist Camp in Rochelle, Virginia. 1 week of nonstop fun and life-changing truth. Amazing preachers, friendly counselors, exciting activities. Ride an alpine coaster and zip line, a 250-foot water slide, and that's just the beginning. Junior camps for ages 7 to 12, teen camps for 13 to 18, 2-day Pee-wee camp with mom and dad for ages 4 to 8, and a brand new day camp option. Sign up today at camprapidan.com. That's camprapidan.com. Rapidan Baptist Camp, where faith and fun collide.
Ponder this. Imagine for a moment that you are lying on your deathbed. This is a great exercise to do each day in preparation for your very last day on earth. Think about the tests you've ever taken, the job interviews you've had, and the many life celebrations you've been a part of. In all of these cases, preparation makes for successful outcomes. The same is true for dying. We must prepare every day for the day we are to die, in case today might be our last. Make sure you are right with the Lord first and foremost. If you are Catholic, make sure you are in the state of grace by receiving the sacrament of confession often. Next, make sure you are right with your family, friends, and all those who are in your world. Apologize to those who have offended you and mend relationships that need healing. Make each day a preparation for your last day on earth, because it just may be. I'm Susie Kelly, and I am passionately Catholic.
How much did you win at Rosie's Gaming Emporium?
Hi, I'm Jerry from Richmond. I won a $23,000 jackpot at Rosie's.
I'm Tammy. I'm from Newport News, and I just won a $5,400 jackpot from Rosie's.
Hi, my name is Kim, and I'm from West Virginia, and I won $99,000 jackpot at Rosie's.
Are you ready? Learn more about Rosie's rewards and jackpots at rosiesgaming.com. Must be 18 or older. Problem gambling? Call 1-888-532-3500.
Buddy Carter, warrior, great guy.
President Trump and Buddy Carter are working to help Georgians keep more of what they earn by passing the largest tax cut in history, eliminating taxes on tips and overtime, and making the child tax credit permanent.
Buddy Carter, warrior, great guy.
From day one, Buddy Carter has stood with President Trump on his mission to make life more affordable for working families. But while President Trump and Buddy Carter were protecting our wallets, Congressman Mike Collins was abusing them. Congressman Collins is under federal investigation for misusing taxpayer funds to benefit himself and his cronies. According to the investigation report, Congressman Mike Collins, quote, may have violated federal law by shelling out government funds to one of his top aides. Georgia families have had enough of wasteful, corrupt career politicians. We just can't trust or afford Mike Collins. Paid for by Buddy Carter for Senate.
I'm Buddy Carter, and I approve this message.
You play to win the game. Hello? You play to win the game. You don't play to just play it. That's the great thing about sports. You play to win. And I don't care if you don't have any wins. You go play to win. When you start telling me it doesn't matter, then retire. Get out. Because it matters.
He's your Godzilla of the truth in America.
It's Godzilla!
No gibberish or nonsense, just common sense. And now back to the John Fredericks Show.
That work?
It didn't work at all.
You're on the John Fredericks Media Network and the John Fredericks Radio app. Thanks for being with us. I am your Godzilla of the truth in America, your oracle of the deplorables. Let's rock and roll. Morgan Griffith coming up. This segment brought to you by the Safer Supervision Act. You know what? I want to talk to you about something that is really near and dear to my heart, and that is ending the school to prison pipeline, reducing recidivism, which in this country is the highest in the free world, the number of people that get out of jail and go back. If you get out and you're out on parole and you've been released by a judge because your time is up or for whatever reason and you're on supervision, then we want you to assimilate back in society. And for those that are doing all the right things, they're getting a job, they're taking care of their families, right? They're drug and alcohol free. If your parole officer that's overworked says, hey, his former prisoner is doing great. He doesn't need to be supervised. He doesn't need to be called on a dime, out of work, could jeopardize his job. And he gets that in front of a judge and the judge signs it, says, you're right. I've looked at the evidence. Then why should that person continue to be on supervision? It's just disrupting his life or hers. They're trying to assimilate back in society. They're doing the right things. They've earned the right to get off it. And then the parole officer has the opportunity to take his time away from that person that doesn't need to be supervised and focus it on those that do. This is one of the big, we've passed this in about 20 states. Now we need it at the federal level, and the Safer Supervision Act fixes this right now. It's in the Senate. It's in markup. Visit safersupervision.com, safersupervision.com. Tell your congressman, tell your senator to get this done. This message paid for by the Reform Action Fund. Joining me now, Congressman Morgan Griffith, 9th District, Virginia. Congressman, great to have you with us.
Great to be with you as always.
Okay, let's get right to the number one issue. Virginia, Supreme Court, hearing Monday. Questions asked about the legality of this referendum, of this redistricting. Number one question that came out of this basically to the Democrats was define election day. If it's not 45 days, when is it? Democrats said it's that day. Judge says you pass this bill at 6 o'clock at night. 6 o'clock at night. What if you passed it at 6:59 and nobody would know what it is or could vote or make a decision on it? Does that still make it election day? Answer from the attorneys for Hakeem Jeffries or whoever they were, yes, long as it's election day, which defeats the purpose of the constitutional law, which says that you have to have an intervening election and the voters have to know what their legislators, how they stand on a referendum that they're going to be implementing or they're going to be voting on. So that didn't happen. You're a lawyer. How's this thing going to play out?
Well, you never know what the court's going to do. If they follow the Constitution of Virginia and the laws of Virginia, the Supreme Court will strike this down. There are 5 really good arguments. They heard 2 on Monday of the good arguments, and we hope that they will decide on one of those and get this thing over with. If not, we have that was Tazewell 1, we have Tazewell 2, and we have Richmond, all of which have good arguments in them. And we think we can win on all 5, but we only have to win on 1.
Well, that's the key here. This is why many of us think that it's going to get thrown out. Now, there was a stay, the Supreme Court didn't stay the decision by Judge Hurley and Tazewell to let this election get certified. So they said, no, it's not going to get certified until we make a ruling on it. But there's no timetable. What do you say?
I think that it could be weeks or it could be as early as Friday. I don't think it'll be any earlier than Friday. The only question is if they want to just get this thing over with, they will pull that Band-Aid off and overturn what the legislature did, Friday or Monday. If there's some doubts, if it's, a couple of the justices are on the fence, then they will delay and bring all the cases up. They'll pull up Tazewell 2 and pull up Richmond and have them all argued before they make a decision, in which case it could be, 3-4 weeks. I do think they're on a fast timeline, and I appreciate that. But we'll just have to see. I'm hopeful that they'll decide Friday, Monday, and it'll all be over with. But if there are questions, if some of them have questions, they may want to see the other, 3 major counts. There's also a Fairfax case, but it is an important case, but it's a lesser argument.
I think either way bodes well. If they, I believe if they rule on Friday, it's going to be in our favor, right? Because
I would agree with that.
Yeah,
if they rule Friday,
it's
because that's right. It's because they've decided they don't need to hear the other
right.
arguments. They can make a decision now. If they are undecided, and when I say undecided, I don't mean that each judge is undecided, but you have 7 people, and you have to have at least 4. If you have a split of 3 and 3, and you've got 1 undecided, then they're going to bring the other cases up.
Right.
Doesn't mean we're out, but it sure would be nice, both for all 11 Congress people, but also for the constituents to know what's going on, so that people can start figuring out, okay, this is who my candidates are, Democrat and Republican, and start focusing on it. Now, there's still time to do that, but I think it would be good for everybody if they get it done quickly.
I'm pretty optimistic here. I really am going to be shocked if this thing stands. When you looked at the line of questioning on Monday, and I know you can't really read into it because people ask questions doesn't mean this is the way they're going to vote, and only 2 judges ask questions. But I don't know how you sit there as a judge interpreting the Constitution and you can define an election as you passed it at 6:59 on election day. That just defeats the whole purpose of the law. Then just like change the Constitution. That was really the Democrats' argument when he was asked that question. So what you're saying is if you pass this on election day, even though it was 45 days early voting, and there's mail-in ballots and all that, you pass this on election day, and the gavel was hit at 6:59, polls close at 7, nobody knows about it, that would, in your mind, that would be an intervening election. Answer, yes, sir. It's like, who can even rationalize that?
Yeah. I made the argument that they were arguing that they could do it at 10 o'clock in the morning. I can't believe and I haven't listened to the arguments yet, but it's hard to believe that they would say that as long as they got it done before the polls closed, that it would be
Well, that was the
clearly
judge's
violation.
That was the judge's question because the Democrat lawyer was reading the definition of election day, reading it like
Right.
here's what's in the Constitution that defines election day. Well, that's been changed with early voting, but then what tipped us in when the judge says so is what you're saying. If you hit the gavel at 6:59 p.m., then that would suffice as an intervening election, and the lawyer had no choice. He said yes because he had no choice because a day is a day. So I think this thing is just going to blow up in their face. And I tell you the other thing, they probably would have won 2 seats if they did nothing, and now they're not going to win anything. They're done. To look at the rural turnout, we talked about this when you were on last week. You look at the rural turnout, no Trump on the ballot, no candidates on the ballot, outspent 10-1. And the 9th district turned out in like massive numbers, better than Glenn Youngkin did. I mean, you poked the bear. They poked the bear. This thing is gonna backfire on them. I don't think they're gonna win anything. We'll see.
We'll see. I mean, I will tell you that they certainly have energized the rural voters, and some of that is because of some of the bills they've passed in the state legislature. It's not just the redistricting. But what's critical about that is that they also got our muscle memory in shape. I think every Republican candidate in the state is a better candidate today than they were 6 months ago, just because we had to go out and we had to run a tough campaign. And, you know, even in places where we normally don't have to worry about it, we got out there and hustled. And that's true of all 5 of us. They're the incumbent Republicans. And I think every one of us is a better candidate today because of the process. I wish we hadn't had to go through it, but it makes us stronger, which makes it harder for Democrats to beat any of our 5 incumbents should the maps actually be the fair maps that the Supreme Court drew originally.
That's a fascinating analysis. I was thinking about that as you said it, and I think you're right. I think you're a better candidate because you have to go out and hustle voters that you normally get like 80% in. I think Whitman's a better candidate. I think if there's anybody that's helped, it was Rob. Rob really had to go out there, and because he was in like they didn't want Rob back. They changed his district 1 to Democrat plus 23. I mean, they didn't. Whatever happened, Whitman wasn't coming back. So
Right.
So they had to deal. He's going to be if you guys get rid of this and maintain control, he's going to be Armed Services Committee chairman, which is a tremendous opportunity for the Commonwealth of Virginia, Hampton Roads, Norfolk, etc. But they wanted him out, D plus 23. So it's made him a better campaigner. Interesting analysis, no doubt about it. Let's get to Iran. So the Iranians come to the table, yay. They say, well, we'll open up the straits, we'll do a partnership, but you got to take the blockade off. And we don't really want to talk about nuclear uranium enrichment. Let's not talk about that for a couple months. Let's just get this thing done and go from there. President Trump basically tells them to pound sand. But here's my question. Your Democrat colleagues are saying this is a war of choice, that there was no imminent threat. There was no ability for them to have a bomb and deploy it. Okay. If there's no imminent threat and there's no ability for them to enrich your uranium to get a nuclear bomb, why don't they want to give up the enriched uranium the Democrats are saying they don't have? Can you answer that?
I cannot. And the enriched uranium is one of the 2 major points. Now, it is true that with the actions that President Trump took, and they were bold actions. I've said that any number of times. And I think as I analyzed it, because I didn't know about it in advance, I think it was the right decision. We've been dealing with this since you and I were in college. And they threatened us and killed Americans, and now they're about to get nuclear weapons. We have to stop that. So that's one of the major issues. The Straits of Hormuz is there, but I do think that the president could look, and he has all the information. I don't, so I'm trusting the president on this, and he's done a good job thus far. But I do think we could take a pause, let the economy get a little bit better, and because of the damage that was done, it's bought us a little bit of time, but we still have to deal with the enriched uranium. So if they're talking about, a 60-day period, maybe that's worthwhile. If they're talking about, 6 months, 6 years, no. We have to get that enriched uranium dealt with, and the president's right about that.
I don't know. I think if you look at the blockade, they're losing $500 million a day. Eventually, you're going to starve this regime out of money. They're not going to be able to pay for anything. Lights are going to start to get turned off, and then the regime totters when you can't feed your people. And I think they're getting to that. So, I mean, we hold all the cards, I guess. We've got another major carrier going there with amphibious Marines. I mean, why not just get this thing done? Why not just take over those islands, control the strait, get them out of there? Like the president said Sunday, if you see one of those little speedboats, sink it and shoot to kill. I mean, eventually they're not going to have any. I mean, why not just go forward and end this thing?
Well, and that's where, the president has all the intelligence, and if they truly believe that they can starve them of resources, but understand this regime does not care about the lives of its people.
Right.
It has proven that time and time again. So as long as they have enough electricity and enough food for their elite clerics and the military folks, they aren't going to care about the man on the street. Now, you're right. If you have people who are starving and going hungry, they are much more likely to revolt. And so they do have to worry about the populace rising up against them. But they haven't shown any hesitation at just mowing those people down. I mean, they killed 30,000 this year alone. And so it's a game where, because I don't sit on the Intel committee and I'm not in the war room with the president, I don't have all the facts, and I will trust the president. If he believes we can bring it to a close, then you're absolutely right. If it looks like it's going to be protracted, then I will give him the ability to say, okay, let's take a pause. But that's his call to make, because he is the commander in chief.
Let's get to FISA. Give us an update on the amendments. We're with Morgan Griffith, Congressman, 9th District, Virginia. That's Southwest Virginia. They turned out huge against the referendum. He did a super job there. He's also a member of the Freedom Caucus. I agree. I have my problems with the Freedom Caucus sometimes, but on this FISA bill, I agree with him 100%. Where are we on that now?
Well, it got out of rules last night, and that was a move to bring it to the floor. I don't think it passes. I don't think that the rule passes on the floor. We'll see. That vote should come up here in a few hours. It should be before midday, and we'll see. But I don't think the votes are there to pass this rule.
Why?
And there are still people who have issues with, even though it's got some really good language in it, there are some people who still have an issue with the warrant, not no warrant language being in there. Now there's some good language, and there's some additional stuff that wasn't in there, a few weeks back. But there are people who have concerns with that, and there are concerns on the Farm Bill. A lot of amendments were not made in order. That a lot of members of the House feel like their amendment should have at least had a chance to be voted on the floor. And they have indicated that now, the Speaker may be able to talk them down, but they've indicated they're going to vote no. But when you take those two groups, you put the rules together, the Farm Bill and FISA are in the same rule. And when you have problems on both of them, and you only have, the Democrats aren't going to help us. And so they're not going to vote for the rule to bring the bills forward. And so when you have that many issues floating out there, I don't see how you keep all your votes.
Are you in favor of it as it came out of rules?
I have serious concerns, but I will vote for the rule.
Why?
Why?
Mainly,
I don't have any good reason, John, in all fairness. I hate to say that, but I think we need to get this debate done. I am concerned about letting FISA go dark, although I think we could fix it. But thus far, the president has been opposed to that, and others in the intel community worry that it will cause us to have some problems with our intelligence community gathering information against foreign terrorists, and that causes me concern. So I think it probably needs to go to a vote, but I don't think it's going to happen.
So we survived as a nation 225 years without a secret, unnamed FISA court with no warrants. The country survived. 225 years, 5 wars, if you want to go back in history. All of a sudden now, if we don't have a FISA court with unnamed judges signing warrantless edicts, we've already seen Rod Rothenstein, acting attorney general, submitted phony FISA, phony affidavits to judges with lies on them and got them to sign it, lied to them to surveil people. We've already seen that. I guess for the layman like me that believes in the level of privacy, I guess my question is, why do we need a secret FISA court judge now without a warrant? Like, how can we survive without him? I guess that's my question.
And here's what the intelligence community would say. I'm not comfortable with it, but this is what they would say, is that we're dealing in an electronic age. And because people today can communicate, whether they be in China or Iran or Russia or Afghanistan, they can communicate around the world and organize things, that having the intelligence that shows where they're communicating, what they're saying, or part of what they're saying, and so forth is extremely important. And you can't always wait to get the warrant because sometimes they're moving very rapidly. I'm not saying I buy this. I'm telling you what the intelligence community is saying. And it does cause concern because part of the reason that Iran, the initial successes about knocking out their leadership that we had just a few months ago was brought about by this section. This is the foreign section, 702, was brought about by intelligence gathering that was done electronically using the 702 authority. And that's how we knew where everybody was going to be. And that's their argument, is that sometimes you have to move quick because you have information on foreign folks. And we don't care. Look, I don't care about foreign folks. What I worry about is the surveillance on Americans. There have been abuses in the past, and we have to try to root those out. And part of that is, and one of the amendments, and I'll have to take a look at this iteration again, one of the amendments was that members of Congress can go sit in on the FISA court anytime they want to. And that passes,
I like that one.
Guarantees it. I do too, and I'll be over there. I won't be over there every day, but I'm going to go over there and see what the heck they're doing.
See, I love that. I mean, I guess I could, that could, if they really needed it, that was something that was for me. I wasn't aware of that, but yeah, I'd like to get Nancy. Yeah. I'd like to get Nancy Mason there. You can put Nancy Mason there, even though she's not going to be here past January. You get Nancy Mason there. That room, that might get my vote.
Yep.
On that note, Congressman Morgan Griffith, we got to go. You want to follow the congressman? He's on top of everything. He's the man. Go to griffith.house.gov, griffith.house.gov. Part of that amendment should be Nancy Mace permanently in the FISA courtroom. Oh my God, I'm just like picturing that in my mind. See, that would make me vote for that bill, just that. John Fredericks Media Network. We're going to Florida next. All eyes on Florida. We got the chairman. We got Chairman's Corner coming up. We got the chairman of the state of Florida for the RNC coming up next. You want to keep it right here. Chairman's Corner next.
To give us great sleep. Plus, they're made right here in the USA, and they ship right to your front door absolutely free.
Go to mypillow.com or call 800-854-0504 and use promo code Godzilla to get MyPillow mattresses and toppers for as low as $99.98 and free shipping.
Washington is wasting $500 million every year on a federal supervision system that doesn't work. Probation officers are overwhelmed. Resources are going to people who pose zero threat, while actual dangerous individuals slip through the cracks. The Safer Supervision Act stops the waste and refocuses every dollar on protecting families from harm. President Trump's own pollster found about 80% of Trump voters want this fixed. It's time for Congress to get this done. Stop the waste. Protect our communities. Visit safersupervision.com. Paid for by the Reform Action Fund.
1775 Coffee is giving away free starter kits. Try the dark or medium roast coffee with longevity blend, an infused blend with anti-aging supplements clinically proven to reduce biological age. When you purchase the first 2 bags, you'll receive a free 1775 starter kit, including a third 16-ounce bag of coffee, a matte black tumbler, a frother, a gold scoop, or a reusable K-cup filter. Just order now at 1775coffee.com/Godzilla and claim your free 1775 starter kit while supplies last.
President Trump is already transforming Washington, D.C., making it the safest, cleanest, and most beautiful city in the world. But we need fighters on the ground to keep it going. I'm John Fredericks, and I'm running for chairman of D.C. GOP Ward 2 to make sure Trump's vision for this city becomes a reality. Safe streets, clean neighborhoods, and yes, rat-free. Go to MakeDCGreat.com. That's MakeDCGreat.com right now and send a donation. Let's finish what President Trump started. Donation limit $200. I'm John Fredericks, and I paid for this ad.
How much did you win at Rosie's Gaming Emporium?
Hi, I'm Jerry from Richmond. I won a $23,000 jackpot at Rosie's.
I'm Tammy. I'm from Newport News, and I just won a $5,400 jackpot from Rosie's.
Hi, my name is Kim, and I'm from West Virginia, and I won $99,000 jackpot at Rosie's.
Are you ready? Learn more about Rosie's rewards and jackpots at rosiesgaming.com. Must be 18 or older. Problem gambling? Call 1-888-532-3500.
Folks, this is Crom Carmichael, CEO of Solti. I have recently turned 77 years old. I do not take prescription drugs. I have not had to take prescription drugs, and I attribute a lot of my good health to a product that I've been taking, which is the active ingredient in Sol Tea. It's a 22% concentration of theaflavin. We did clinical trials on it 25 years ago and found that it helped lower cholesterol. We have had many, many hundreds of letters and emails from customers telling us how it has helped them not only manage their cholesterol, but lower their triglycerides and help them on their blood pressure. And I can't tell you how much I attribute to Sol Tea for my good health at age 77. And I encourage you to go to GodzillaHeart.com. That's GodzillaHeart.com. And use the code Godzilla at checkout, and you'll get a 50% off on your initial shipment of Sol Tea. And I promise you it will be a great help for your heart health. Thanks so much.
Playoffs? Don't talk about it. Playoffs? You kidding me? Playoffs? I just hope we can win a game.
Don't touch that dial. You found your home of the truth.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
With the best analysis in America.
You can't handle the truth.
And now back to the John Fredericks Show.
You're on the John Fredericks Radio Network and the John Fredericks Radio apps. Thanks for being with us. I am your Godzilla of the truth in America, your oracle of the deplorables. It's Chairman's Corner time yet once again. What better chairman of a state for the Republican National Committee, what better chairman to have on today of all days but Evan Power, chairman of the powerful, most burgeoning Republican state in America, Florida. Now, right at the center of the nation. Florida could save America. Florida could be the state, the thing that saves us. More to talk about this, the chairman of the Florida Republican Party, which is soon to have, I believe, a 24-4 edge, picking up 4 seats, the bold move of Governor Ron DeSantis. And right in the middle of it, chairman of the Florida Republican Party, Evan Power. Evan, thanks for being with us.
John, thanks for having me. You know, Florida leads the way, and we couldn't let these other states get in our way. So we're out here fighting for our Republican cause and for the president of the United States, who needs our help and support today.
I mean, the entire country is now going to go through Florida. I love what your governor has done I love what the General Assembly has done there. I saw the maps. If you look at the maps, here's the beauty of this, Evan, is they make sense. I mean, they're contiguous, and it makes me, Ann we live in Washington D.C., and my wife is like, John, we got to get to Florida. We got to get to Florida. I mean, there's no income tax. They're all Republicans. Now they're getting rid of the property tax. I don't know how the hell they're doing it, but we love Washington D.C. I live in the safest, most beautiful city in America, thanks to President Trump. But I mean, what you guys are doing in Florida, what the governor's done, is just stunning. And the thing that I love about this, Evan, is you guys are showing the way, leadership.
Yeah, and I think, Governor DeSantis had the courage to put this map up. But what I think is important, and you said it, it's a contiguous map, it's a fair map. And if you, around the country, you have to go all the way back to 2016-17 when Barack Obama's Attorney General Eric Holder went out and weaponized redistricting against Republicans in all these blue states. And you look at Virginia, it has that lobster claw in order to get to Democrat drawing. If you draw free and fair districts, we'll elect a lot more Republicans, and we're showing them how to do that here in Florida.
Evan, you got to be excited about not only the special session, but the leadership that Governor DeSantis has taken. And I've said all day that I believe that what he's done here in orchestrating this has put Governor DeSantis back in the national spotlight, and I think it puts him in play for 2028.
Governor DeSantis has always been a strong leader here in Florida. We would not be the free state of Florida had it not been for Governor DeSantis during COVID and fighting back against all of the craziness that was going on in the rest of the country. We were the beacon of freedom. I think he is a great partner with President Trump. The two of them have delivered for the American people. And if you want to know what a country that's truly free would look like, you can come to Florida. We are the beacon of freedom, and you highlighted some of the great things. We have no income tax. The weather's great. Occasionally there may be a hurricane, but we fix bridges in a day. So it's okay. Everyone will be fine.
Now, the state, the governor and your General Assembly in Florida, the Republicans, are talking about dramatically reducing the property tax. So you have no income tax, and now you're going to get rid of the property tax, which is, I don't know, how does that math work? How do you do that and still fund the roads and the services in Florida?
Well, I think there's other mechanisms to collect. Obviously, sales tax is a big deal here because all the tourists come here, and we are able to profit off of people visiting our great state, Canadian tourists, European tourists from here in the United States. So that helps us. But what we've seen in county and city governments over the last 6 or 7 years is massive growth. Some of their budgets have more than doubled, and it's not for building roads, fire, or trash. It is for here in the city of Tallahassee, where I live. They run a gymnastics school. They own golf courses, things that our founding fathers never envisioned government doing. And what we need to do is put them on a diet. The way to do that is let people not have property tax. And I think you and I would agree that we should not have to pay rent to own property. And so philosophically, it's just the right thing to do. We can figure out how to fund other things, but philosophically, I don't believe property tax should be there because you shouldn't have to pay rent to the government.
Unbelievable. Chairman Power, tell us about, there's a lot of people moving to Florida, so there's a lot of concern that, they're coming from New York, they're coming from New Jersey, which is basically the two highest tax states in the nation outside of Washington, D.C., where I live. They're coming from these they're coming from California, and they're bringing their liberal values. So a lot of people are concerned, does that mean that it eventually turns purple? How do you keep it red with so many Democrats moving in?
So I'm not sure their Democrats are moving in. What I've been told is the Democrats hate the free state of Florida, so they're now moving to Arizona. We're getting the conservative-minded people coming here to Florida. But what I've seen in voter registration, I can tell you this, I've heard those same fears since COVID. But what we have done is, people forget, in 2018, the state of Florida had 400,000 more Democrats registered in the state. Now we have 1.5 million more Republicans registered in the state of Florida. That's the quickest shift that's ever occurred in the nation. So what people are coming down here and finding is a conservative-minded state, and they're joining us as Republicans. That's why we have those leads, and we continue to win big races. The president won the state of Florida by 13 points, which was the largest victory of any presidential candidate since 1988. So it's a big historic win. People are moving, people are shifting towards us, and we're excited to have people coming here and sharing our values as Republicans.
Chairman Power, we're with Chairman Evan Power. He's the Republican chairman of the free state of Florida, where my daughter lives. And she won't leave because she's afraid that Ron DeSantis will secede from the country and seal the border, and she can't get back. That's the people that are in Florida, I got to tell you, they love Florida. So kind of an interesting take. The Cuban community in Miami, it looks like it's inevitable now that the Cuban communist government, Evan, is going to fall. It's a matter of not it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. How will that affect your Cuban community in South Florida?
I think they're very excited to see that. I got my start working for now Secretary Rubio, and so I'm familiar with the exile community. All they want is a free Cuba so that they can visit their family, visit their ancestral homes. If you look at it, it's been a long time. I think the president has done the right thing. What he did in Venezuela, and able to arrest Maduro and free that country. We have a big Venezuelan population in Miami also. They're excited. They support the president in doing that. I think what we're seeing is if we can have a free Cuba, it will be a big moment for South Florida and something many of these exiles have dreamed about for literally decades.
Evan, can you share with our national audience what the Republicans in Florida have done to ensure voter integrity? Because you're one of the states that has really led that effort, sir.
Yeah, so in 2018, we saw us lose races we shouldn't have lost because of mistakes that were made in Broward and Palm Beach County. I know no one's going to be surprised that that's where the problems were. But what we did after that is a series of election integrity reforms. One, making sure supervisors tell us how many ballots they have within 20 minutes of the closing of the polls. So you're not going to find new ballots. They're not able to bring in ballots after the deadline. That I think is the first step that went a long way. We're cleaning our voter rolls. We require the supervisors every cycle to clean those rolls. That's why I think we've moved our advantage up also, because when actual live existing humans tend to be Republicans, dead people tend to be Democrats apparently. But we cleaned the voter rolls, and we made sure that when you're requesting a vote by mail ballot, you have to give personal information, either some numbers on your social security number, some numbers from your driver's license, so that we ensure you're the one requesting your vote by mail ballot rather than a computer or anything else, so that we don't have ballots on the street. And we count our ballots quickly and efficiently. And if you watch a Florida election, you know the results by about 9 o'clock, which gives people the certainty that they know that the ballots were counted fairly, fastly, and accurately.
How do you how do you export what you've done to other states?
So I'm always happy to talk about what we've done here. We sent basically our laws over to Arizona. The legislature in Arizona passed them. Of course, their Democrat governor vetoed them. But we want other states to follow our lead. I think the RNC is doing a great job on litigation. I think there's a case in front of the Supreme Court, which will be incredibly good for us, which is making sure that ballots can't come in after Election Day. Because what you see happen in California and some of these places, they're counting for weeks afterwards. And amazingly, when that happens, Republicans are in the lead on election night, and then they fall apart and then lose after Election Day. And I don't know if they're cheating or not, but it lets people feel like there's cheating going on. So the RNC went to the Supreme Court and said, you should not be able to count a ballot after Election Day. And I think that's where we're headed. And I think the Supreme Court seemed to be on our side. So that would be a big deal for the RNC and for the country as a whole.
You're on the John Fredericks Media Network, trucking the truth across America, truth and clarity. We are with Chairman of the Republican Party of Florida, Evan Power, former Chairman Joe Gruters, now obviously the chair of the Republican National Committee as a whole. And Chairman Gruters was on our show, I believe, on Tuesday. And you guys have just done a remarkable job. So if this ends up, right now your congressional seats are 20 Republicans, 8 Democrats. If you look at this map, likely to be 24-4. So what are the 4 seats that are going to remain safe for the Dems, right? You got what? Broward County, Orlando. What? Just walk us through that.
Yeah, so you have an Orlando seat. There's a large Democrat population in central Orlando. That will always have a seat, I believe, that's Democrat leaning. Then you go into South Florida, and you have like a Broward Palm Beach seat, and then you have a Miami seat. And two little Miami seats that are Democrat leaning. So that's where their Democrat population is. They tend to live together, and the rest of the state is pretty ruby red. If you look at our voting profile, we only have a couple little blue spots in the whole state. So those are where the Democrats live, and those are where their seats are going to be.
Just out of my interest, there was a time where I worked at the Daytona Beach News Journal in Daytona Beach, and I lived in Flagler Beach, Fallujah County. Where is that in the new map? What district would that be, and is that red or blue?
That is District 6. It stays largely the same. It's red. Congressman Randy Fine holds that seat currently.
That's Fine seat, right. When I was there, I remember the congressman. I can't remember his name, but he was head of the Transportation Committee. He was there forever. I just can't. You get older, and I forget his name. You probably remember him, but I remember in Daytona always going to his office. I was a believer in Amtrak. And of course, it went all through Florida, and he was always trying to cut the funding. And I was one of the people that would go and meet with him as part of the Daytona Beach contingent there and get him to withdraw his opposition to, federal funding of Amtrak, which if you cut the funding, other than the two corridors, it just would collapse. So I remember going through that. Can't think of his name. Some of the other top priorities in Florida for you, what are they, sir?
So basically, we've achieved a lot, but there's always ways to go. We're going to continue to look at election integrity and how we can even strengthen elections further. We have universal school choice here. We're playing around the edges on that. But for us, it's property tax. That's the next big battle. I think it's a philosophical battle that's worth having, as I said before, because I don't think you should pay rent to the government. So that's what's next for Florida. We're going to go through a governor's election, a whole cabinet that's going to be elected that's Republican, most likely. So we'll have a new leader. And to follow after Governor DeSantis. Obviously, Byron Donalds is Trump endorsed, and he's the front runner right now. He would do great things for the state of Florida. I know that. But we're gearing up for a big election. We want to show people across the country what it's like to win elections and win them big, and that's what we do here in Florida.
The Debbie Wasserman Schultz seat, will that stay intact?
No, she is actually drawn in with Jared Moskowitz, Congressman Moskowitz. So there's going to be there'll be some jockeying to see who stays. Lois Frankel's seat's drawn a little differently, so that area of the state's going to be a little different. You might have a Congress without Debbie Wasserman Schultz for the first time in a while, and I think that's good for everybody.
So the map draws Moskowitz in with Debbie. Oh
that's
my
true.
God, that's okay. I have to just say that's diabolical. That's diabolical. Oh, this is going to be so much fun. I got to get there. When walk us through the General Assembly, the making of these maps. Just walk us through how it becomes law, and then when the primary would be set as a result of the new maps. Just walk us through that.
Yeah. So the map dropped on Monday from Governor DeSantis. The legislature convened yesterday. They're scheduled to be on the House and Senate floor today to vote on those maps, and it is their intention to vote those maps out today, to make them law today. The governors will obviously sign them once they're voted out. And then the primary will be August 18th, which is our normally scheduled primary, with qualifying being next month.
So then what is your concern, sir, about legal suits?
The Democrats always sue. That's what they do. So they're gonna sue us. But I believe the governor has been successful in defending lawsuits before. And I believe when you look at these maps, they're fair, compact, and then they can stand up to a court challenge.
So one of the lawsuits is going to be in your Constitution. It says that it's unconstitutional to gerrymander. Will that hold up?
No, I think we'll be fine. What we're actually doing, when you really look at it, it's not partisan gerrymandering. It's actually ungerrymandering, as I talked about the lobster claw and whatever. But if you look at what we're actually doing, is court cases were decided in the last year that said we didn't have to draw these outreach districts, these funny districts. We eliminated one in North Florida. The Florida Supreme Court upheld our decision to eliminate that district in North Florida, which is really what is setting the stage for these changes, because we no longer have to gerrymander for particular reasons anymore. So what we're doing with this map is going up and cleaning it up and drawing fair districts. And when the voters are allowed to choose their representative in a fair district, they're going to choose more Republicans.
So obviously, leading up to the August 18th primary, you've got 4 or 5 new seat pickups. There's not incumbents in them now. There's not Republican incumbents. So I would think you would have a very crowded primary. Your primaries, is it plurality, runoff, 50%? How does that work?
No, it's winner take all in the August 18th primary. I'm actually running for Congress myself in the Panhandle. I've got 8 people in, and an 8-way primary is interesting, but it's a winner take all. And some of these seats are going to field really good candidates, I believe. We'll see how it plays out, if there's big primaries or not. I know in Texas they always have them when there's these open seats. So I envision there's a lot of great people who want to put their name in the hat. We'll see how that shakes out. And I obviously know that President Trump cares about these seats and has been endorsing in a lot of these seats, and his endorsement is the gold standard. So maybe that will make them a little less crowded over the time.
So you got 8 seats now. We're with Chairman of the Florida Republican Party, Evan Power, running for Congress. So the seat that you're running in, is that one of the old seats or the new seats?
It is an old seat. It's geographically from basically Panama City over to the I-1075 split in the middle of Florida. It is Neil Dunn's seat, who's retiring for the health reasons the president highlighted earlier this year. So I've been in it for a little bit, and then this map doesn't change any of North Florida, so it's the same map for me.
And in that primary on August 18th, all you have to do is get a majority. It doesn't matter if there's 8 people and you get 29%, theoretically, you would be the nominee.
That is correct. I think Byron Donalds, when he won in his seat, he got 24% of the vote and became the congressman.
Well, see how, I like that. It's kind of winner take all means plurality, means, you just got to come in first, right? So, so that's going to be interesting. I'm glad you're running. I was not aware of that. So happy to see that you're in the race, and that is a beautiful area there. But speaking of Amtrak, when you get to Congress, there was in the past, there was a train that went from New Orleans to Jacksonville, right?
Correct.
That was a very well-traveled train. I had been on that many times when I would go to Florida from Louisiana, but then the Mobile bridge blew down, or there was some hurricane and they never fixed it, and it's gone. Can you get that back? If you run for Congress and win, you're running for Congress and win, can you get that line back? I know they've looked at it.
No, we've looked at it. And very important for me, it had a stop here in Tallahassee. And there's nothing better than getting on a train and going to New Orleans rather than driving there and back, because that's a miserable drive, let me tell you.
Terrible.
So it is
a horrible drive.
So it's something that the people here in Tallahassee talk about a lot. There's been some studies on it. It is something that I'd advocate for, because we need more tools here for North Florida. It will help with the economic development. That's one of the big things that happens in this district, is we have big schools. Florida State, go Noles. We have several universities, but people should be able to have jobs here in the Panhandle when they're done. So we have to have economic development. And I think train transportation would play a big role in that.
I agree with you. And, I read this study. Obviously, I'm a believer in a national rail system. It's got to be funded by the government. Otherwise, you just get basically the two the Northeast corridor and the LA corridor, and that's it. That's the only things that are profitable. But they did this study and they said, well, there's not, we can't see the ridership. It's because you don't have it, right? I mean, it's been dormant for so long, but I traveled that often. And I remember going from New Orleans to Tallahassee or New Orleans to Jacksonville a lot. And every time I got on the thing, it was packed. So I don't know what they're saying. Well, there's no evidence that they're going to be traveling, because it's not there. I mean, it's out of sight, out of mind, right?
If you build it, they will come, as they said in the movie, right?
Thank you. I want you to win. I'm 100% behind you now, because I want that line built, because that was one of my favorite lines. And it's like, okay, a bridge went down in Mobile Bay, and that was the end of it.
Yeah.
And that was 30, 40 years ago.
Well, now you have to rebuild the rail track because of the changes in trains and whatever, but it's important. And it's something that comes up in discussions here in Tallahassee all the time, just because we don't have a vibrant airport, if you will. So other transportation is needed, because if you leave Tallahassee, you go through either Atlanta or Charlotte. That's the only option.
I mean, we're in 2026. We have to have a national rail system. I mean, you just have to have it. That doesn't mean you have the high-speed rail nonsense that's going on in LA to Vegas. It's never come to be, billions of dollars wasted. But when Amtrak is in charge of something and they get the money, they get it done. It's a competent organization. So I don't know how we get off on this topic, but I used to love that line. So thank you for that, and thank you for your time as always today and your leadership. So if you win the seat, then you can't be chairman. Then what happens?
Well, as we learned when we gave all that talent to D.C. after the election and President Trump tapped all those Florida leaders, we have a next man or woman up philosophy here. There's a lot of great leaders, and I think what we've built here as a state party has a strong foundation. So we'll find a strong leader to lead that team. We have the best team in America, and to your point, it's my goal to continue to export what we've done here in Florida to the rest of the country, because I think DC and Congress needs a little more Florida, and I think that our state parties across the country need to learn from what we've done here.
Since you've been chairman of the Republican Party of Florida, Evan, in your mind, what has been so far, it's been short, so far your number one accomplishment?
I think it's two things. It's one, we beat constitutional amendments that were funded by California and dark money. So we sent the strong message that out-of-state people wouldn't be able to change our Constitution. And then two, it's the voter registration. Never in our history have we've registered, since I've been chairman, 900,000 Republicans. And I think that's an incredible number. I want to get to 1 million before I'm done, so don't rule me out here.
How did you do that? How did you get?
We empower local parties to go register voters. It's also proof positive if you govern with passion and conviction and you make promises and deliver on them, that the people will follow you.
We got to get you in Congress. We've got to get you in Congress. That kind of energy and positive enthusiasm. And the thing is, you've shown everybody the way. That's the key. Evan, thank you for being with us. Let's just focus right now on your congressional campaign. People want to follow you, donate to you. Where do they go?
Powerforflorida.com.
Power for Florida with an F or a 4?
With all spelled out. Just Power for FOR Florida.
All right, Evan, thank you. Thank you for being with us. Powerforflorida.com. Thank you for your leadership. Peach Crew, Atlanta, coming up.
107.7 Bonaire, 100.5 FM Goochland, and WJFB.
Breaking news this hour from Town Hall. I'm Rich Thomason. An update and a warning on Iran from President Trump. Writing on Truth Social, the president describes Iran as being in a state of collapse. Iran, he writes, can't get their act together. They don't know how to sign a non-nuclear deal. They better get smart soon. Federal appeals court has ruled the Trump administration cannot jail illegal immigrants without the chance to seek bond.
Since last year, the Department of Homeland Security has been denying bond hearings to immigrants arrested across the country, including those with no criminal history. In a unanimous ruling, a panel of the Second U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals in New York City cited serious constitutional questions related to that policy, saying it would otherwise be the broadest mass detention without bond mandate in American history. Since 2 other appellate courts have already upheld the policy, the case could be headed to the U.S. Supreme Court. Greg Clugston, Washington.
Could OPEC's days be numbered? The question follows word of the United Arab Emirates pending withdrawal from the cartel.
This is a big blow for OPEC, which was formed decades earlier as a means to control the prices of crude oil on the international market by setting production targets, and the UAE was one of those countries that really chafed under those limits. The UAE says it will be able to set its own production levels. It says it will still be a responsible player within the market, but it also comes amid tensions with Saudi Arabia. This is all coming as the whole Middle East is still reeling from the Iran war.
Correspondent John Gambrell. 2 people injured, a knife attack in a predominantly Jewish neighborhood of London. UK Prime Minister Starmer calls it deeply concerning. A 45-year-old man under arrest on suspicion of attempted murder. The Dow features down 56 points. More on these stories, townhall.com.
If you're hearing my voice, chances are you're either worried about a parent living alone or you are that parent. And you know your family worries about you too. Either way, there's a company that finally got senior safety right. Connected Caregiver. Connected Caregiver is everything you knew about alert devices, fall detection, emergency button, GPS, reimagined for today. There's a small wearable that alerts your family's phone the moment something happens. Inside your home, discrete sensors, no cameras, no microphones, just motion sensors have you covered even when you're not wearing it. No movement for hours, your loved ones will know. For the kids, you go from hoping everything's okay to knowing it is. And for you, you stay in your home on your terms while giving your precious family the peace of mind they've been asking for. That's not losing independence, that's keeping it. Visit ccgoffer.com to see if you qualify for a free device. It takes 2 minutes. That's ccgoffer.com, ccgoffer.com. Do it today.
Moscow's latest attacks on Ukraine result in casualties and damage.
Russian drone attacks overnight Tuesday hit multiple regions across Ukraine, injuring civilians and damaging infrastructure, regional authorities say. In the northeastern Sumy region, an attack on Shostka triggered large-scale fires in residential areas. A 60-year-old woman died of carbon monoxide poisoning, and others were treated for injuries. Ukraine's Air Force says it shot down 154 of the 171 drones launched by Russia overnight, but 12 drones had hit targets across 10 locations, while debris from downed drones fell in another 12. I'm Charles de Ledesma.
The head of the UN Nuclear Agency says a majority of Iran's highly enriched uranium still thought to be at its Isfahan nuclear complex. The site was bombed by airstrikes last year and then was hit again this year. News and analysis, townhall.com. College sports premier tournament on track to see a significant expansion of teams next season.
The NCAA is still deliberating expanding March Madness on both the men's and women's sides to 76 teams for next season. The NCAA released a statement Tuesday in the wake of an ESPN report that cited unnamed sources, saying a decision to add 8 teams to the bracket is a mere formality that's expected in May. The statement said, quote, "No final recommendations or decisions have been made," end quote. The tournaments have been at 68 teams since 2011, when 4 play-in games were added to the first week of play. I'm Gethin Coolball.
Britain's King and Queen travel to New York City today. They'll meet with first responders, victims' families at the 9/11 memorial site. Reflecting on the attacks of 25 years ago, King Charles says, "We stood with you then, we stand with you now." More on these stories, townhall.com.
1775 Coffee is giving away free starter kits. Try the dark or medium roast coffee with longevity blend, an infused blend with anti-aging calcium alpha-ketoglutarate, which has been clinically proven to reduce biological age. When you purchase the first 2 bags, you'll receive a free 1775 starter kit, including a third 16-ounce bag of coffee, a matte black tumbler, a frother, a gold scoop, or a reusable K-cup filter. Just order now at 1775coffee.com/Godzilla and claim your free 1775 starter kit while supplies last.
Washington is wasting $500 million every year on a federal supervision system that doesn't work. Probation officers are overwhelmed. Resources are going to people who pose zero threat, while actual dangerous individuals slip through the cracks. The Safer Supervision Act stops the waste and refocuses every dollar on protecting families from harm. President Trump's own pollster found about 80% of Trump voters want this fixed. It's time for Congress to get this done. Stop the waste. Protect our communities. Visit safersupervision.com. Paid for by the Reform Action Fund.
This is Crom Carmichael, CEO of Solti. We got a wonderful email from one of our customers up east named Joe, and here's what he had to say. "I started taking Solti almost out of desperation with little hope because I was resigned to the futility that although I was up to taking 2 statins a day, high cholesterol was something I just had to learn to live with. In fact, when I turned 60, after taking a stress cardio test, my doctor called me on a Saturday, which of course is never a good sign, and told me that I was clogged more than 95% of the people my age. I had an angioplasty and a stent procedure done at that time. Today, my stubborn triglycerides are only 1/3 of what they had been before starting taking Solti. My prescription statin dosage has shrunk from 60 milligrams to only 10 milligrams a day. My primary care doctor that I have had for many years still can't believe the results, and neither can I. Thank you, Solti, for providing such a wonderful product. And folks, I want to invite you to take care of your heart also by going to GodzillaHeart.com. That's GodzillaHeart.com. Use the code Godzilla at checkout, and you'll get a 50% discount on your initial shipment. Thanks so much.
The Trump administration has brought a lot of positive changes when it comes to fixing our broken healthcare system, but there's only so much the government can do. And if we really want to make America healthy again, that starts at home, and that's where the Wellness Company comes in. The Wellness Company allows you to make sure you're prepared for whatever happens with their prescription medical kits, which contain an assortment of life-saving medications and guidebooks to assist in the proper use of these medications. The Wellness Company also offers a variety of health products, from parasite cleanses to methylene blue to weight loss and so much more, helping you stay healthy and live a longer, better, healthier life. Make America healthy again. That starts at home. So do your part and protect the health of you and your family. All you have to do is go to twc.health/Godzilla today and order. That's twc.health/Godzilla. Use promo code Godzilla to save 10%. That's twc.health/Godzilla.
How much did you win at Rosie's Gaming Emporium?
Hi, I'm Jerry from Richmond. I won a $23,000 jackpot at Rosie's.
I'm Tammy. I'm from Newport News, and I just won a $5,400 jackpot from Rosie's.
Hi, my name is Kim, and I'm from West Virginia, and I won $99,000 jackpot at Rosie's.
Are you ready? Learn more about Rosie's rewards and jackpots at rosiesgaming.com. Must be 18 or older. Problem gambling? Call 1-888-532-3500.
All right, folks, I need you to do something right now. Go to johnfredericksradio.com and take our brand new 2028 Republican presidential straw poll. Who do you want leading the ticket? Don't let the elites decide. Make your voice heard. While you're there, weigh in on two huge issues: eminent domain reform and President Trump's tariff policies. Are they protecting American workers or hurting growth? This is your movement, your vote, your voice, your choice. Go to johnfredericksradio.com right now and take the poll.
If you want to go after an athlete, one of my athletes, you go after one that doesn't do the right things. You don't downgrade him because he does everything right and may not play as well on Saturday, and you let us make that decision. That's why I don't read the newspaper, because it's garbage, and the editor that let it come out is garbage. Attacking an amateur athlete for doing everything right. And then you want to write articles about guys that don't do things right and downgrade them, the ones that do make plays. Are you kidding me? Where are we at in society today? Come after me. I'm a man. I'm 40.
He's the voice of Virginia.
No, you can't. You have one of the worst voices I've ever heard in my life.
And the commander of common sense.
Fire at will, Commander.
Now back to the John Fredericks Show.
Well, great to have you back. And it's time for the Peach Crew. We're going to Atlanta. Great to have you with us. And don't forget our station in Atlanta, WMLB, iconic station, AM 1650 in all of our apps. And we are national, but we love going to Atlanta. And we love this station, WMLB, AM 1650. Check it out. Share it with your friends. And the Peach Crew coming up. We got Burt Jones is going to be with us momentarily, along with the Peach Crew, Sally Grubbs and her team, coming up right here on the John Fredericks Media Network. And I am your Godzilla of the Truth in America. This segment brought to you by my great friends at the Vapor Technology Association. Why am I such a believer in vapes? Because I used to smoke a pack and a half a day. Not good. Not good. American Spirit Blue, pack and a half a day, every day, 7 days a week. Terrible, right? Finally, doctor said, you're overweight, you smoke, and like, excuse me, you want to see your son pitch and play baseball in the minor leagues? You're not going to make it. So I'm like, how do I get off this stuff? Vaping got me from point A to point B, and now I don't smoke at all. Why? Because of vaping. I'm a vapor believer. A lot of people need that to get from A to B, and many people vape. And vaping and vapors are actually a political force, because we got together and we backed President Trump in 2024, big time, big league, because the majority of people that own vape companies are little mom and pop shops. They're small business owners. They all voted for Trump. We all got together. The vapors got together because the cancer stick companies are trying to put us out of business. Not us, the vaping industry. I'm not part of it. I'm just a user. And look, you got to be 21 like anything else, but we want the freedom to be able to vape. And the tobacco companies, well, they want vaping dead. They talk a big game, but then they want to get you back on the cancer stick. So look, closing these businesses are going to result in not only the loss of revenue for the communities they serve, but also a loss of choice and access for consumers, especially in small towns and communities which supported President Trump. So we need these vapor companies and we need your support. Go to the Vapor Technology Association, Vapor Technology Association. And this message has been paid for by the Vapor Technology Association. Okay, here we are on the Peach Crew. We've got Sally Grubbs, we've got Holly Kessler, we've got Celestine James, CJ, Jackie Harling, and Lieutenant Governor, candidate for Governor Burt Jones is going to be with us as well. Sally, good to have you with us. And all your team. We've got Sally, there's Holly. Let's get them all on screen. Let's see, there's CJ, and who we missing? Lieutenant Governor. What? There's Jackie. Let's get the Lieutenant Governor on. See there? You got him on. You got his camera. There we go. There's Burt Jones.
Hey.
You, Burt, looking great as ever. You're on with the Peach Crew. And Burt, I'm going to get right to it here. I'll just start it off. You were in line to win this nomination. All of a sudden, this guy, Ricky Jackson, gets in the race, spends $1 bajillion, drops like 100 mailers on everybody, TV ads all over the place. Very well-funded campaign, very well orchestrated. But now some things about him are coming out that are making people in Georgia take a second look after the pizzazz of what's going on. Can you lay your case out for us here, Lieutenant Governor Burt Jones?
Well, it's good to be with you, John. As always, good to see you, and all your Peach ladies here. It's good to see all of them. They're all. I always love to hear their feedback when I'm traveling around the state, and you got a good crew here. So, yeah, look, we've had this $1 billion guy get into the race, and I think the new car smell has finally left him. Obviously, we feel like we have the momentum right now. We had a debate the other night, and he looked more like Joe Biden than he did the character that he's trying to portray on TV right now. His hands were shaking. He was unsure of himself, and we really called him out on a lot of things that a lot of lies, quite frankly, that he's been spreading. And it just goes to show you the $100 million that he has spent so far in this race has been a Hollywood production, quite frankly. And I'm the Trump endorsed candidate. I'm the one that has a conservative record, and the voters. I'm the one that's run one statewide before, and I think the voters are coming back around and seeing him for what he really is, and also coming back to us mainly because we got a Trump endorsement, and also the fact that I've got a very conservative record since I've been lieutenant governor.
Sally Grubbs, Sally is the vice chair of the Republican Party of Georgia, but I think, Sally, based on the rule that got passed, you're able to weigh in on this race. Am I correct? Because the RNC and the Republican Party of Georgia passed that rule in Santa Barbara when I was there, covering that allows you to get involved in this race.
Well, actually, the rule waiver that was done was with the RNC and their ability to spend money on their endorsed candidate. It doesn't. We still are, as being part of the party, being an officer in the party, we still can't endorse. What I can tell you is my experience in the truth, and I'm very thankful. Good morning, Lieutenant Governor. I want to say thank you again for appointing me to the state election board. That was a big major thing for me and for elections in Georgia. So thank you for that. But no, John, we can't endorse as the party, but the RNC can spend money in Georgia on their endorsed candidate.
Okay. So having said that, as Lieutenant Governor Burt Jones said, the new car luster, is that starting to fade on the candidate Ricky Jackson? Because now some things are coming out that he's being exposed on some things. And is that balloon, is the air coming out of that $100 million balloon?
I think Holly can speak to that very well.
All right,
Yeah,
Holly, go ahead.
I'll take it, Mr. John. So yeah, I think it is. We see this guy swoop in here. He's, a billionaire, throws all kind of money over at Burt Jones and Lieutenant Governor. I just want to say you've handled yourself very well. I know a lot of people go after you and say, we're tired of the negative attack ads and we're sick of this, but you got to defend yourself. And I think you've done a very good job of that. But yeah, back to your question, Mr. John, you start digging into people, start researching people, and start finding out the truth about people. And, and you can't hide the truth. I mean, it's there, it's out there. And so I think people are starting to see that. I think there's a lot of conversations going on about it, and things that he's done, just hiring the illegals. That's one thing. Abortion, the abortion stuff, his wife donating to that. The job descriptions, or, the hiring and practices that they're doing with the transgender surgeries. I mean, the list goes on and on with this guy. And so I think the truth is coming out and people are seeing it.
Jackie Harling, is there something creepy about buying a nomination for $100 million from somebody that has not been involved in anything ever?
Okay, well, that's a big word. Creepy is a big word. I think politics in general is creepy, to be honest with you. There's always a lot of talented people. Never mind. You know what? Hold on one second. Good morning, everybody.
It is. Come on, Jackie. It is creepy when you spend $100 million. You spend $100 million of your personal wealth in 4 months. Nobody heard of the guy. I think I met the guy one time during COVID in some hotel. Nice enough guy, but I never covered anything he's did. I've been covered. I've been in Georgia forever. We lived in Roswell for the first 20 years of our marriage. We had kids there. I mean, I never heard of the guy. Met him one time. All of a sudden, he drops $100 million in, and he's like the favorite to be governor.
I can tell you, it was a surprise. We were on this show just, I don't know, a couple months ago, and thinking, okay, Bert, just, really the only possibility. So it did surprise all of us. And I think that, gosh, aren't there 15 candidates running for governor? It's crazy. But good morning, Bert. Good to see you.
There was two on the debate stage the other night that I'd never seen before. I'll be honest with you. So we had 8 on there.
I can imagine. Yeah, I mean, it's been crazy. My head has been in the special election that Marjorie made us do, but it was a surprise. And we are surrounded by Republican Party people. We all are. Every one of us. I'm a district chair and a county chair, and it surprised me when my brother had an opinion of who he was voting for. And it takes money to get to people. That's our biggest challenge. And not one race in this nation can be won without a ton of money. Bert, you know that. Lord, you see it flying out. All the candidates are spending tons of money. It takes that to get to the voters in this day and age. So, I'm getting my popcorn and I'm watching.
That's a non-answer. The guy dumped $100 million and nobody heard of him. And he's trying to buy the race. I mean, that's the only point that I'll make. I'm not begrudging he had the money to spend it, but it's just, it doesn't feel good to people. I mean, at the beginning it was fun, and it was like, wow, who is this guy? And I think right now he's a favorite. There's no question. But
John, I have to jump in here, and they just had the debate, the governor's debate, and Lieutenant Governor Jones can probably speak to some of that action that happened in the governor's debate.
Well, before we do that, CJ wanted to weigh in. Go ahead, CJ. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. And good morning, Lieutenant Governor Burt Jones.
Good morning.
Listen, I wanted to say about this particular race. Now, some folks may disagree with me. I don't care, because I think this has brought excitement to Georgia, particularly in this race. It has caused people to pay attention to the issues, to really look at each particular candidate, and people are doing their homework. So all in all, it is a good thing. And so for that reason, I am intrigued by all the things that are happening across the state of Georgia, what everybody has to say. There are a lot of untruths, and I would remind people to be very careful about what you're saying about people and do your homework. But Burt Jones, you have carried yourself in a manner in which I'm very proud of, and I think you know that. All right. I have not endorsed anyone in this race and I will not. But I love the fact that people are getting engaged and they're asking the important questions. For you, sir, um, I want to get into what the Georgia legislation is doing as far as calling that special session. And so, when will that happen for the QR
Well,
codes to go ahead and resolve that issue?
yeah. Well, as you well know, we passed 2 years ago to get rid of the QR codes, and the Secretary of State has refused to do anything on it. I tell people all the time the silver lining behind this governor's race is that we are going to get us a new Secretary of State because he's been just about impossible to deal with. And so, where we are right now is, I've talked to the governor's office and the speaker's office because obviously we had a paper ballot bill that passed out of the Senate during the legislature, and the House didn't take it up. The House ended up sending us a bill that basically kicked the QR codes down the road, kicked the can down the road for a little bit. So, so we've got, and I've told them I'm a hard line on that QR code because, like I said, he's had plenty of time to implement that legislation that we passed. I mean, it's in law. He's in violation of the law, and he claims it's because of we didn't fund it. But he never could give us a number on what it would cost to fund it. He gave first number he came out with was $60 million, and then I was like, "There's no way we're doing that." And so. So anyway, so we're going to get by May 19th, and then it'll be up to the governor to determine whether or not he wants to call it after runoffs or if he wants to call it, during runoffs, quite frankly.
Lieutenant Governor Burt Jones with us running for governor. First round, May 19th, primary coming up in, I guess, about 3 weeks. Lieutenant Governor, the debate that you mentioned that Sally brought up, can you give us some of the highlights of what you did in the debate that people should know about?
Well, I mean, like I said, some people are saying that my opponent is the front runner. You wouldn't have known that if you'd watched the debate because everybody was gunning for me on the stage, and that was fine because it gave me an opportunity to communicate my message and also call out those guys because look, these guys I'm running against, they're milquetoast Republicans. I mean, there's no question about it. These guys are never Trumpers. They've never been for the president. They've never been a part of the America First movement. And now they're all trying to act like they're the tough guy in the room. You just got one that's been able to put it out there in a bigger way because he's got a lot of money. But at the end of the day, this guy has a company that has gotten over $1 billion worth of no bid contracts from the state. This guy has never supported the president. In fact, he donated Liz Cheney and Jeb Bush, Nikki Haley. He's even promoting Jeff Duncan right now, who's running on the Democratic side. Your favorite person, John. I think you call him Cosmo Man, I believe.
Cosmo Man.
But also, he's talking about he's going to deport or depart all these illegals, and heck, he's got illegals working in his backyard right now as we speak, and so I busted him on that at the debate. And look, I don't like these negative ads. I never have liked negative ads, but I have been bombarded with negative ads since Thanksgiving, and I always joke, John, that I've been on TV more than Morgan & Morgan commercials. They've had me on so much, and so I mean, so it's one of those things that it's been ridiculous, the negative attack ads, but at the same time, they don't want to run against my actual conservative business legislative record. I mean, I've got a solid record. I've been in the trenches. I've been fighting for election integrity. I've been fighting for lower taxes and school choice and religious liberty and boys out of girls sports. All those things we got passed while I was lieutenant governor. And so the idea that whoever the next governor is inheriting a bad situation is just not true. Georgia's in a lot better shape. We're not Virginia. We're in a lot better shape than a lot of states around the country, and it's been because of good conservative leadership, and that's what I've represented since I've been in office, quite frankly.
Holly?
Yeah, I just want to chime in here and and mention a couple of things. You know, a lot of times we don't hear stories. And just so everybody knows, I just met Burt Jones just a few weeks ago at the ladies event. We had a great event. I drove up to Fulton County, was going to be up there for into session. And anyways, got to meet him and his lovely family. But I had a legislator call me yesterday, and we got to talking about some things. And one of the biggest reasons he called was to tell me thank you for putting out some of the information that I've been putting out, and started telling me some stories about Burt and his family. He's known him forever. And I just thought, you know, these are the little stories that people really don't hear, that I think are important, you know, and people immediately just want to jump on Burt's back and say, oh, well, he's an establishment, you know, rhino. He's a politician. He's been in there forever. But not everybody is bad. And I think that's what people have to realize. Yeah, we do have people that we want to replace and get out of there, but we need to really get behind and support the good ones that we have in there that have the experience. And something else I'm going to share, I don't know if I'm supposed to, but I'm going to, Burt, so I'm sorry. If y'all remember when the state election board was getting sued into oblivion before, you know, the 2024 election for passing rules and doing other things, Dr. Jan got sued in her personal capacity. And while Raffensperger wasn't standing up to help, Chris Carr was denying any help, guess who stood up and said, and I know this firsthand because I was helping get legal counsel for her. And guess who stood up and said, you know what, if nobody comes through, we're going to help you pay your attorney's fees. That was Lieutenant Governor Burt Jones. He did it quietly, behind the scenes, on his own, out of his personal capacity, and just out of the goodness of his heart. And I think those are important things that people need to understand, that we want people who are going to stand up for our leaders, our elected officials. That's leadership. People that actually do that, that's leadership. So I just want to throw that out there for the audience, and thank you, sir, for everything that you do.
Yep. Thank you, Holly.
Yeah, and I will certainly echo that. You know, if people have not been down to the legislature to see how the sessions run, it's always heartening. You know, you go over to the House side and you see certain things, but then you go to the Senate side, and the Lieutenant Governor has done an excellent job in running the Senate. And he's done such a good job that he has all these senators that want to step up and run for higher office and that kind of thing. So I will just tell you that I appreciate the job that's been done in the Senate. Also, one thing I brought up the other night, speaking of your buddy, Jeff Duncan, John, his first order of business, if he were to become governor of the state, is to repeal the Life Act. And that is something that we are so thankful for that got through the Senate. And, you know, with Lieutenant Governor Burt Jones' help, it's just astounding to me that Jeff Duncan would like to repeal the Life Act. I mean, it's not enough to murder babies, but now you have to let them get a little bit older to murder them, according to Jeff Duncan. And so that's an astounding contrast. And that's what Georgia is facing if we do not elect someone of the caliber of Burt Jones.
Let's get to the phone lines. You want to call in, have a question for the Peach Crew or for Lieutenant Governor Burt Jones running for governor, 888-480-JOHN, 888-480-5646. Let's get to Nate in Atlanta. Nate, you're live, line one.
Hi, yeah, Burt, big fan of yours. I just hope that those disgusting Democrats don't use the horrible rhetoric that they've been using towards President Trump. Do you guys remember when President Trump joked about an 85-year-old guy in San Francisco getting the crap
Okay, Nate, we're done. You're wasting my time. I got better things to do than handle a prank call. Have a nice day. Fact, that is so good. The timing is so good that allows us to go to a quick break. Thank you for this segue, Nate. You've been helpful. We'll be right back with the Peach Crew and Burt Jones.
Is a record player the best way to listen to music? Of course not. So why are you still taking vitamins in pill form that haven't been upgraded since the 1930s? Even if you don't have trouble swallowing, most vitamins in pill form can't be absorbed very well. It's time to upgrade to the pill-free future of vitamins. Advanced Nutrition Company, Healthy Cell, created a patent-pending ingestible gel that is clinically proven to have 265% the absorption rate of tablets. These physician-formulated supplements come in a small gel pack. You tear off the top and shoot it down. You can also mix it in water. They taste great, they're convenient on the go, and they're more natural too. Without
Ponder this. We intake oxygen every time we breathe, and breathing is how we stay alive. When God first created man, he breathed life into him. Our Lord also breathed spiritual life into his apostles and filled them with the Holy Spirit at the first Pentecost. Oxygen is a source of life both physically and spiritually. It's the same with fire. Oxygen is needed in order to keep a fire burning, which begs the question, are you on fire for the Lord, or has your spiritual oxygen been extinguished? To answer this, we must go to the source. The source of our spiritual oxygen is the Lord himself. Without him, there is no life within us. Those are his words, not mine. We are called to tap into this life source by baptism, daily prayer, and receiving the sacraments, especially Holy Communion if you are a Catholic, in the state of grace. If we tap into this life source every day, our lives will be filled with the love of the Lord, our spiritual oxygen. I'm Susie Kelly, and I am passionately Catholic.
Buddy Carter, warrior, great guy.
President Trump and Buddy Carter are working to help Georgians keep more of what they earn by passing the largest tax cut in history, eliminating taxes on tips and overtime, and making the child tax credit permanent.
Buddy Carter, warrior, great guy.
From day one, Buddy Carter has stood with President Trump on his mission to make life more affordable for working families. But while President Trump and Buddy Carter were protecting our wallets, Congressman Mike Collins was abusing them. Congressman Collins is under federal investigation for misusing taxpayer funds to benefit himself and his cronies. According to the investigation report, Congressman Mike Collins, quote, may have violated federal law by shelling out government funds to one of his top aides. Georgia families have had enough of wasteful, corrupt career politicians. We just can't trust or afford Mike Collins. Paid for by Buddy Carter for Senate.
I'm Buddy Carter, and I approve this message.
Hey folks, Al Green here for SatPhone. When you're on the go, you want to know you're connected. If it's a family vacation or an off-the-grid escape to a remote destination, having reliable communication helps you feel safe and secure. You can't afford to find yourself in a dead zone. That's why you need SatPhone. SatPhones are reliable, durable, and give you global coverage. If you can get outside, you can get in touch. It's that simple. Make calls from your SatPhone to any regular cell phone in the United States. The phones are $1,500 value, but you can get yours free. Just sign up for a 15-month plan, $94.95 a month. Get 150 minutes monthly that roll to the next month. Go 3 months without using them, that's fine. Yes, 3 months, 450 minutes, all yours. Visit SAT123.com or call 855-980-5830. SAT123.com, 855-980-5830. Get surety and security with your SatPhone. Call now.
How much did you win at Rosie's Gaming Emporium?
Hi, I'm Jerry from Richmond. I won a $23,000 jackpot at Rosie's.
I'm Tammy. I'm from Newport News, and I just won a $5,400 jackpot from Rosie's.
Hi, my name is Kim, and I'm from West Virginia, and I won $99,000 jackpot at Rosie's.
Are you ready? Learn more about Rosie's rewards and jackpots at rosiesgaming.com. Must be 18 or older. Problem gambling? Call 1-888-532-3500.
1775 Coffee is giving away free starter kits. Try the dark or medium roast coffee with longevity blend, an infused blend with anti-aging supplements clinically proven to reduce biological age. When you purchase the first 2 bags, you'll receive a free 1775 starter kit, including a third 16-ounce bag of coffee, a matte black tumbler, a frother, a gold scoop, or a reusable K-cup filter. Just order now at 1775coffee.com/Godzilla and claim your free 1775 starter kit while supplies last.
Stop. Really? Is that the first question? We won the game 20-10. Try another question. We played the game to win the game.
All right. How about third down then? What is going on with third down?
It's one game. Last game, we were great on third down. You're looking at this from the wrong perspective. LSU won the football game. Won the game. I don't know what you want from me. What do you want? You want us to win 70-0 against Florida to keep you happy?
No, I think people want to know why you can't run the ball, quite honestly.
We can run the ball. Did you see the last play of the game? That's all you need. You just need one. There's a ridiculous questions. You know what? You're spoiled. You're spoiled. This team is 17-1 at night. 17-1. Give them some respect.
Don't touch that dial. You've found your home of the truth.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
With the best analysis in America.
You can't handle the truth.
And now back to the John Fredericks Show.
All right, you're back on the Peach Crew. We've got Lieutenant Governor Burt Jones running for governor. This is going to be settled first round, May 19th primary, because we played that clip for Burt, no doubt, because, you know, he's kind of like 1701. Give him some respect. He wins everything. So he's been an extraordinary lieutenant governor. I got a quick question, and then I know you're a little pressed for time, so we're going to roll. I'm a big fan of pari-mutuel gambling, so we don't have it in Georgia. I bet on hockey, baseball. I go to Atlanta. I can't bet. No DraftKings, no MGM, no Caesars. It's like I'm a fish out of water. What's the deal here? When are we going to get this? Everybody else has it, Bert.
Well, it's funny that you just were talking about odds and gambling right there, because I will say that ever since this guy's gotten in the race, the Georgia has gone from a lean right, a red state in November to now all of a sudden now is going leaning blue right now because of how much this guy has torn up the Republican field with his $100 million. Because, like I said, he's not a real Republican. He's just a guy that's in it for self-interest, basically. But look, you know, we have the Georgia lottery here in the state of Georgia, John, and there's been measures put forward multiple times for all those things, whether it was sports betting or horse racing or casinos. That's been talked about literally for 40 years here in the state of Georgia, and it just never has gotten any traction. I was on the sports betting part a few years ago. I did say that we ought to regulate and put it under the Georgia lottery system. And, you know, we passed it, out of the Senate, but it never went anywhere after that. So I just don't think there's an appetite for it right now, John. And it hadn't been one for 10 years. You know, like I said, it's been going on for 40 years, and there's been a big push for it many years. And so, like I said, the Georgia lottery has done a lot of great things as far as paying for education and everything. But on the other things, the other forms of gambling, they just never got any traction.
Can't argue with that, and especially with the NIL gambling scandals we've got going on in college football.
That's a mess right there. That's a real mess.
It's a mess. So I mean, I really get now the pause and hesitation about what is going on. Let's get to a quick caller, Paul in Atlanta. Paul, go ahead. You're on with the Lieutenant Governor and the Peach Crew. Go ahead, Paul.
Thanks, John. Thanks, John, for taking my call.
Yep.
I got a quick question. Given what is going on in Texas and also what Governor DeSantis has done in Florida, what's your opinion on Sharia law? What's your stance? Are you willing to take up outlawing it, and especially outlawing CARE, which is now it's been announced that they're a terrorist group.
All right, Paul. Thank you, Lieutenant Governor Jones.
You know, look, Senator Greg Dolezal is one that brought this issue forward earlier this year, and he enlightened me on some things. I didn't realize that there were some municipalities that are actually trying to change the way that they prosecuted prosecuted people of Muslim faith or whatever, and try to prosecute them under Sharia law guidelines or whatever. And that's going on, then we will not stand for that. Obviously, we have a constitution, we have the laws of this land, and when someone commits a crime, they will be held accountable under the laws and the guidelines of this country, and not any other laws, whether Sharia law or whatever it might be. And like I said, Senator Dolezal was the one that really dug into this issue and brought it forward. And I didn't realize that was going on in different parts of the country. And if that ever were to happen here, we would shut it down immediately.
Ms. Jones, go ahead.
Celestine.
Go ahead, Celestine. Go ahead.
Okay. All right, Lieutenant Governor Burt Jones. Listen, I want to go ahead and lay this to rest. I want you to answer this if you would, please, sir. Did you ever use your office to benefit you and your family? And also, did you threaten any of the people under the dome if they didn't get an agreement with you that you were going to kill their bills?
No, 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 and that's absolutely false. And I was really amazed at how Chris Carr stooped so low the other night to try to accuse me of such a event now, because there was multiple members of House members that came through the chamber that were not my supporters. They were supporting Chris Carr, they were supporting Brad Raffensperger, they were supporting Rick Jackson, and that's fine. Every one of those bills went through the process. And the ones that didn't get through, they didn't get through because they were probably bad bills, that people just didn't want to vote on, and that happens plenty of times down at the legislature. Not every bill that gets introduced makes it to the floor for a vote. And that is petty politics on those guys' part, to even accuse us of that, because like I said, there was plenty of folks that got bills done that are not my supporters, and quite frankly, there's some of them I don't want as my supporters, to tell you the truth. And so they didn't make it through, and nothing changed from how I ran the office than the previous 3 years that I've been in office.
Okay, you've got the
All right,
final
thank you,
question,
sir.
Jackie. Go ahead. Jackie, go ahead.
Thank you,
We're
John.
short on time. Go
Hey,
ahead.
hey, Bert. What is the one policy or issue you think Georgia should lead the nation on?
Oh, that's a great question. I mean, like we've obviously we've accomplished a lot of great things. Whether we're talking about school choice or talking about lowering taxes, that's the issue. As I go around the state, the biggest issue that we're hearing from Georgians right now is on cost of living. Property taxes is a big issue. Obviously, we've led the charge on income taxes, but the property tax issue, we capped those this year in the legislature. It needed to be done. I think we need to do more about eliminating property taxes for homeowners, and because that has become a big issue, particularly in the metro Atlanta counties where population has grown so much. The real estate market has just skyrocketed right now. If you own a home, if you bought a home for $200,000 5 years ago, you shouldn't be getting assessed for a $600,000 home 5 years later, just because the real estate is going up. So we need to update homestead exemptions here in the state of Georgia. They've not been updated since 1937. They were $2,000 as your homestead exemption right now in the state. You know why it was $2,000? This is a quiz. I'm going to give y'all a little Jeopardy quiz. You know why it was $2,000 in 1937, ladies?
Why, Alex?
Because that was the average price of a home in 1937. So we need to bring that up to modern day standards. And what that number is, it could be 100,000, it could be 150,000. What that number is, we need to get to that number, and that would be a huge cost savings for every homeowner in the state of Georgia. And I wish I'd thought of it before. I would have gotten it done, but I didn't think of it until I started researching this not too long ago. But that needs to be updated, and we need to be doing more things to shift the costs away from homeowners, property tax owners that have homes and everything.
Amen.
And I think that'll be a huge savings right there for because that's the relief that people are really looking forward to.
Bert, why should voters on the Republican side vote for Burt Jones for governor and not for Ricky Jackson, who spent $100 million in this race and now has the lead?
Right. Well, look, I'm the Trump endorsed candidate. Number one, I'm the America First guy, and I've got a business background. I know what it's like to sign the front of a check, but also know what it's like to get legislation done. I've led on election integrity. I've led on cutting regulations, cutting taxes, providing school educational opportunities for our youth and putting parents more in control of that. I'm the one that got rid of, that defunded DEI in our higher education systems, as well as the person who has been one pushing for healthcare opportunities outside of the metro Atlanta area. I'm the proven conservative in this race, quite frankly. I mean, there's not even one that's close to it. And all the things that we've gotten done in the last 4 years is something that every one of these guys who are running statewide are running on all the things that we got done. And it was led by the Senate, and it was under my leadership. Whether we're talking about getting boys out of girls sports, we got that done already. When we were lowering taxes, we did that. We got rid of regulations. We've done all these things. There's a lot that can be improved on. Don't get me wrong, but we've done a lot of things under my leadership, and I just look forward to serve as your next governor.
People want to follow you, Bert, on social media, get involved with your campaign, sir. Where do they go?
Yeah, just go to bertjonesforga.com, bertjonesforga.com. Like I said, we'd love to have your support. Love if people want to volunteer, they can go there and sign up. If they want a yard sign, they can get that. But I feel like we've got the momentum right now, and I wouldn't say that we're running second leg to anybody right now. Speaking of horse racing, if you want to put your money on the winning thoroughbred, you might want to put it on me. So because we're going to win this thing.
What about all these contracts that Kenneth Jackson has with his state? And he's got a lot of contracts. Was like $1 billion or something? If he doesn't win, what happens to those?
Look, I'm telling you, this guy's got so many tentacles in the healthcare arena. It's not even funny. He's made billions of dollars really since COVID, and he's got and all he is. He's a staffing agency, John. So when he got this contract, all he did is went and raided all these different hospital facilities, your Wellstars, your Emory's, all the major hospital facilities of their nurses and their docs. And then he turned around and leased them back to them at like 3 times the cost. So, I mean, and he did that with taxpayer dollars. So it was basically it's just a scam artist, quite frankly, but it single-handedly increased the cost of healthcare for us all overnight because it's never come down since COVID. And he has these hospital systems basically beholden to him because he has so many of the staff, the nursing staffs that are working for his organization. And like I said, he's the biggest reason why healthcare costs in Georgia has risen, exponentially over the last 5 years.
If you become governor, are his state contracts, which appear very lucrative, at risk?
Well, look, we're going to have some competitive bids out there. I can tell you that right now. We're going to take the best organization that puts forth the best bid, but I would be willing to bet that his would not just go unvetted. I can assure you that.
All right, Sally, I know the lieutenant governor's got to go. You want to wrap it up for Bert, Sally Grubbs?
Well, I would just like to tell everyone that early voting is happening right now. It started this week in Georgia. So we have early voting right now for the May 19th primary, and everyone needs to grab a friend. Republicans are very good at supporting candidates, but they also need to get out to the polls and vote. So my urge is to get everyone out to the polls and cast your vote and become active, and be sure you vote in this primary. It matters.
Mm-hmm.
Sally, thank you. Lieutenant Governor Bert Jones, thank you for your time. Look forward to doing a bus tour for you. I was the first person in media to endorse your campaign as soon as you got in, as you know. So look forward to that.
John, you've always been good to me. I appreciate it. And I definitely want to get you down here because I know your peach ladies want you down here. So
I'm not sure about that, but I know you do. I've been a Bert Jones guy.
We love you, Mr.
I've been a Bert Jones guy from day one. Bert, the first time I met Bert, he had me in the low, right? I mean, the guy gets stuff done. I mean, that's the bottom line. Maybe he didn't spend $100 million in his campaign, but he gets stuff done. And Sally, you and I were there when Bert Jones was leading the effort to get these to get voter integrity, to get these votes counted in 2020. Bert Jones was leading the effort. He was trying to get the special session. He got ostracized. I mean, you got to remember all the stuff that went on down there with him and Beach and a couple others. Dolezal, there were like 4 of them. The guy in South
William Ligon.
William Ligon retired. I mean, there was only 4 of them. 4.
It was just 4. It was just 4.
I mean,
Yeah, that's what's crazy, John, is that's when I met you, was actually when you rounded the corner at the Capitol, when we were actually going through the Judiciary Committee hearing, where Lieutenant Governor Jones was very much a part of that with Senator Ligon. So you're absolutely right. He's been there from the get-go on all this.
I mean, that's the thing. I mean, you look at, I don't know, like I said, I've met Ricky Jackson one time at a hotel event, I think I did. And, you know, he seemed like a nice enough guy, CEO, but, you know, he's not done anything. All I know is when we were there fighting for votes, legal votes to get counted and illegal votes not to get counted in Georgia, I mean, Burt Jones was there every step of the way. And so people forget about this, and that, you know, there's this shiny new toy, the shiny new penny. I get it. And, but you know, it is what it is.
They also forget that I had Fannie Willis chase me for 2.5 years trying to indict me and everything else for what I did or questioning things in 2020. And, you know, I had to fend her off. And, you know, and a lot of folks would have said, you know what, I'm going to fall in line and, you know, just be like everybody else now. But, you know, that didn't deter me either, because what the left is trying to do to this country and the minions that they empower to go after folks is number one, is scary, number one, and number two, if we don't fight back, they are going to overtake us, and so you better have some folks who have a little backbone and will stand up for what's right, and that's what I've always tried to do as Lieutenant Governor. I'm not perfect by any means, but I tell you what, you'd rather have me in the foxhole with you than some of these other folks.
Damn right, because you've proven to be that. And just a quick story. The first time I called Burt, I was doing my tour in Georgia, and I don't know anybody. This is even before Ann and I purchased that station. There's a whole story behind that. But I called Burt, and he answers the phone, and I'm like, well, I'd like to come and do my show from your office. And he says, well, take 85, take 85 to this exit, take 2 turns, go by the church, turn right. I'm like, well, where do I stay? He's like, well, we don't really have any hotels in this town. You got to go like 6 exits south and then come back. I'm like, well, where the hell are you?
Yeah. Small town Georgia.
I know.
Small town Georgia. All right, appreciate it. Thank y'all for being on, and I appreciate y'all having me on.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
See you.
Bye-bye.
See you.
Thank you.
Well, I think he held his own, ladies.
I think he's great.
Yes, he did.
He's genuine.
He did.
He's real. He's steadfast on the issues. He doesn't back down. He most definitely held his own when he was getting railed the other night, or the other afternoon on the debate stage. Everybody was coming after him, but I think he's great. Like I said, I just met him in person not too long ago, and there's just a very real, genuine, down-home feel about them, that they're good-hearted people. They want to do the right thing. They really do care. And then, hearing feedback and even having, legislators call too, that's big. And then, of course, my own personal experience, and seeing what he did with Dr. Jan. He didn't have to do that. And he could have been out there boasting and bragging about it, and he didn't do that either. So that just says a lot about people's character and integrity. And then he's had wins. I mean, he's got a great record too, as a senator and lieutenant governor. So I think it's a win-win all the way around.
May I weigh in?
Sure.
Listen, I've when Lieutenant Governor Burt Jones was running for lieutenant governor, one of my babies was managing his campaign. He has always been someone that I've looked upon with honor and integrity, and the fact that he has his family. When he rolled out his campaign was just the whole rollout was just very impressive. You saw his heart, you saw the man. And so to be MAGA, to be a supporter of Donald J. Trump, President Donald J. Trump, is hard in this political environment. There are so many people who will come after you, but particularly in Georgia, under that dome, where there is a particular bias, there are people who would rather spit on you, and that dagger comes at you in your front, your back, and your side. But for Burt Jones to sit under that dome day in and day out and to withstand that is a man I'd go in that foxhole with, and I know we come out. Okay? So it takes integrity, it takes courage to stand in the midst of all of this. And I'm proud to see all of that embodied in him, especially with $100 million being thrown at you, coming at you all angles and so many people. He's standing and he's telling his truth. He's telling his story. He's reaching the people. But let's not forget, when we have competition, it is a good thing. It's never a bad thing. And so it brings out the heart of the man and woman. And so he is standing. And I'm proud of him.
You know, John, I would like to add to that,
Cool.
as Celestine just said so eloquently. You know, Bert's wife is just an amazing person, and I love to see them both out on the campaign trail. And she is definitely got a, you know, my thing is dogs, and so she has done a lot with dogs and, you know, fostering and adoption and all that kind of stuff. But it's really great to see her be out on the campaign trail with him and to see them holding hands together and being so supportive and talking about negative campaigning. You know, Bert has, I heard him make a statement, you know, they want to tell lies about me. Well, I'll tell the truth about them. And I've seen that happen. And sometimes it's not negative campaigning. Sometimes it's just the truth. And so I enjoy seeing he and his wife, his kids, Stella and Banks out with them too. And they're great family, as Holly said.
I think he's been thoroughly vetted as well. That's
Mhm.
awesome. I think that's one thing that the people want is
Yes.
vetting, and you don't know who a person is until you have seen them go through the battles. It brings out, and the competition is good. It brings out a person's true nature, and it's just more vetting. I think he's a class act, because it's, well, what a dance, you know, to be MAGA and all those things that you guys said. He has done it with class, and I really appreciate that.
Plus, he comes on the Peach crew for virtually an hour and takes calls, right? You're not going to get any of the other candidates to do that.
I've tried, John. I've tried.
They're not going
Because we're so scary too.
They're not going to. Well, they're all afraid of. They're all afraid of Jackie. Jackie's scary. Jackie. As soon as you put Jackie on the panel, it was over. Everybody's afraid of her, you know, because she might ask like a legitimate question. All right, we got to go. I'm out of time. I love the Peach crew this week. Thank you for being with us. For Sally Grubbs, Holly Kessler, Jackie Scary Harling, and Celestine James, we will see you next week. Coming up next, Michael Patrick Leahy. Right now, keep it right here in the John Trevor